Welcome, fellow travelers of the galaxy far, far away. I am your guide through the deepest mysteries that echo across the stars. And tonight we embark on a journey beyond the known histories of Jedi and Sith into the very foundations of galactic civilization itself. Before we begin, please take a moment to like this video and subscribe to join our growing community of cosmic explorers. In the deepest vaults beneath the Jedi Temple on Coruscant, where even the most learned masters fear to tread, there exists a single holocron that should not exist. Its crystalline surface pulses with an inner light that predates the Republic by millions of years. When activated, it speaks in a language that was old when the first hyperspace routes were mapped, telling of 12 worlds that served as the foundation stones upon which all galactic civilization was built. The holocron calls them the Foundation Worlds, and it whispers of civilizations so advanced that they could move planets with thought alone, reshape the very fabric of space and time, and commune directly with the cosmic force that binds all living things together. These were beings who transcended the crude divisions between light and dark, who understood secrets that would make even the most powerful Sith Lord tremble with awe. But 3 months ago, everything changed. A transmission was received from the deep core, from coordinates that, according to every star chart in existence, should contain nothing but empty space. The message was fragmentary, broken by cosmic interference, but what could be understood sent shockwaves through the highest levels of the Jedi Council. The transmission spoke of ruins, massive structures floating in the void between stars, their surfaces covered in hieroglyphs that pulse with their own inner fire. These ruins were not dead and lifeless, but active, powered by some unimaginable energy source, transmitting signals across the galaxy on frequencies that only the most force-sensitive individuals could perceive. The message contained star maps, coordinates leading to systems that exist in no official record, worlds that have been hidden from galactic civilization for eons beyond counting. And at the center of it all was a revelation that would change everything we thought we knew about the nature of the Force itself. The beings who built these foundation worlds did not disappear into history. They transcended physical existence entirely, becoming one with the cosmic energy that flows through all living things. They are still here, still watching, still guiding the galaxy's evolution from beyond the veil of normal space and time. And now, after millions of years of silence, they are calling to us. But why now? The answer lies in a pattern that has been repeating itself across galactic history, a cycle of rise and fall that most civilizations never recognize until it is too late. Every 50,000 years, the galaxy reaches a critical juncture, a moment when the collective consciousness of all its inhabitants must choose between transcendence and destruction. We are approaching such a moment now. The ancient transmission from the deep core contained one final message, a fragment that has haunted the dreams of every Jedi who heard it. The voice, speaking in that impossibly ancient language, whispered of a great awakening that would sweep across the galaxy like a wave of pure consciousness. But there was something else in that transmission, something the Jedi Council has kept secret, a warning about those who would resist this awakening, ancient powers that feed on division and conflict. The search for the Foundation Worlds is not just an archaeological expedition. It is a race against time itself, for the cosmic cycle is accelerating, and the window for peaceful transition grows smaller with each passing day. The knowledge we seek may be the key to avoiding a galactic catastrophe that would make the fall of the Empire seem like a minor historical footnote. Tonight, we begin that search. Tonight we answer the call of the ancients and step into a mystery that spans millions of years and touches the very heart of what it means to be conscious in an infinite universe. Deep within the Jedi Temple on Coruscant, where the weight of 10,000 years of accumulated knowledge presses down like the ocean depths, Master Kellen Voss stands before a wall of holocrons that few living beings have ever seen. At 73 years old, he has spent half his life in these archives, becoming the Republic's foremost expert on pre-galactic civilizations. His weathered hands, marked by decades of handling ancient artifacts, now tremble slightly as he reaches for the most forbidden holocron in the entire collection. The archive vault extends deep into Coruscant's substrate, its crystalline walls humming with force energy that has been accumulating for millennia. Here, in chambers that exist below even the deepest city levels, the Jedi have preserved knowledge deemed too dangerous for the galaxy at large. The air itself seems thick with history, carrying the faint scent of ozone and something else, something ancient and indefinable that makes the hair on one's arms stand on end. Master Voss activates his personal holorecorder and speaks into the blue-tinged darkness. Archive entry 7749. I have received authorization from the Council to begin preliminary investigation into the deep core transmission. What I am about to document may change our understanding of galactic history itself. His voice carries the weight of a man who has spent decades uncovering secrets that most beings could never comprehend. The forbidden holocron responds to his touch with a pulse of amber light that seems to come from within its crystalline matrix. As it opens, the chamber fills with the ghostly blue projection of a being unlike any in the current galactic catalogue. Tall and ethereal, with features that seem to shift between solid matter and pure energy, the ancient figure begins to speak in a language that predates Basic by eons. The builders of the Foundation leave this record for those who come after. The projection intones, its voice carrying harmonics that resonate directly in the listener's consciousness rather than through the ears. We who shaped the first worlds, who taught the cosmic force to flow through matter, who prepared the galaxy for the great awakening that is to come. Master Voss has heard this recording countless times, but tonight something is different. The words seem to carry additional meaning, as if the transmission from the deep core has somehow activated dormant elements within the holocron itself. The projection continues. 12 worlds we established as foundations upon which all future civilizations would build. Each holds a fragment of the greater truth. Each guards a piece of the puzzle that will guide the galaxy through its next evolutionary phase. Behind Master Voss, footsteps echo in the archive chamber. He turns to see two figures approaching through the maze of knowledge crystals. The first is Padawan Lyra Ashanti, a 22-year-old human whose connection to the Force has always been unusually strong. Her master recently reported that she has been experiencing visions of ancient worlds and civilizations that she should have no knowledge of. Her dark eyes hold a depth that seems far older than her years, and there is something in her presence that makes even seasoned Jedi Masters take notice. The second figure is Captain Jorik Stain, a weathered spacer whose family has worked the Outer Rim trade routes for 12 generations. His lined face speaks of years spent in hyperspace, and his sharp eyes hold the wisdom that comes from navigating the galaxy's most dangerous passages. What makes him invaluable to this mission is not his piloting skills, impressive though they are, but the collection of stories his family has preserved across the centuries. Tales of ghost systems, phantom worlds, and trade routes that lead to places that do not appear on any official star charts. Master Voss, Padawan Ashanti says, her voice carrying a slight tremor of excitement. I felt something calling to me from these archives. The same presence I've been sensing in my meditations. She approaches the active holocron, and as she does, its light intensifies dramatically. The ancient projection turns toward her, its ethereal features showing what might be recognition. Captain Stain removes a worn leather satchel from his shoulder and places it on the archive table. My grandmother always said this day would come, he says, his gruff voice softened by emotion. She made me promise to bring these to the Jedi when the old voices started speaking again. He opens the satchel to reveal a collection of items that make Master Voss's breath catch in his throat. Star charts drawn on materials that seem to shift and change in the light. Navigation crystals that pulse with their own inner fire. Most remarkably, a small metallic sphere covered in the same hieroglyphic script that appeared in the deep core transmission. When Padawan Ashanti reaches toward it, the sphere rises from the table on its own, floating toward her outstretched hand. 12 generations my family has carried these, Captain Stain continues, waiting for the day when someone would be ready to use them. My great-great-grandmother claimed they were given to her by a being of pure light who appeared to her in the space between hyperspace jumps, told her that when the Foundation world started calling again, these would show the way. The holocron projection speaks again, its voice now seeming to address the three gathered beings directly. The cycle approaches completion. The galaxy prepares for its next transformation. But there are those who would see consciousness divided rather than unified, who feed on conflict and separation. They have slept in the dark spaces between stars, waiting for this moment to strike. Master Voss studies the ancient star charts, comparing them to the coordinates received in the deep core transmission. One by one, the locations begin to align. 12 worlds scattered across the galaxy, hidden in regions of space that most navigators avoid. Some exist in systems where the hyperspace routes are unstable. Others orbit stars that emit radiation frequencies that interfere with standard sensors. All of them call to those who know how to listen. The Foundation worlds are not just ancient ruins, Master Voss realizes aloud. They are active repositories of knowledge, waiting for the right moment to reveal themselves. The beings who built them did not disappear. They transcended physical existence and became guardians of galactic consciousness itself. Padawan Ashanti holds the floating sphere, and suddenly her eyes fill with visions of impossible beauty. Worlds where cities grow like living organisms, where beings of light dance among crystalline spires that reach toward infinite stars. She sees the galaxy as it once was and as it could be again, a single living entity aware of its own divine nature. We must go to them, she whispers, her voice filled with wonder and determination. They are calling to us across time and space, and the window for this awakening will not remain open forever. The three unlikely companions stand in the ancient archive, surrounded by the accumulated wisdom of millennia, knowing that they are about to embark on a journey that will either save the galaxy or witness its transformation into something beyond current understanding. The Foundation worlds await, and with them the answers to questions that conscious beings have been asking since the first star ignited in the primordial darkness. The journey from Coruscant began in the pre-dawn hours, when the great city planet still slumbered beneath its blanket of artificial lights. Master Voss's exploration vessel, the Seeker's Dream, slipped away from the temple's private docking bay with the silence of a prayer whispered in an empty cathedral. The ship itself was a marvel of archaeological engineering, equipped with sensors capable of detecting force resonances across vast distances and storage bays designed to preserve artifacts from any environment the galaxy might present. As they entered hyperspace, the familiar blue tunnel of accelerated stars surrounded them, but something was different about this journey. The navigation crystals that Captain Stain's family had preserved for generations hummed with an energy that seemed to guide their passage through dimensions beyond normal space. Padawan Ashanti sat in meditation, her consciousness extended into the cosmic currents, feeling the pull of ancient worlds calling across the void. Their destination was Tython, but not the Tython known to galactic historians. The coordinates provided by the ancient star charts led them to a system that existed in a parallel dimensional fold, accessible only through specific hyperspace vectors that had been lost to galactic knowledge for millions of years. As they dropped out of hyperspace, the view before them defied everything they thought they knew about the birth world of the Jedi. This Tython hung in space like a jewel of impossible beauty, its surface shimmering with an aurora of force energy that painted the entire system in colors that had no names in any known language. Two suns orbited each other in perfect harmony, their combined light creating patterns of illumination that seemed to pulse in rhythm with the galactic heartbeat itself. Around the planet, ancient structures floated in the void, their crystalline surfaces reflecting the stellar dance in fractal patterns that hurt the mind to contemplate directly. Captain Stain's weathered hands trembled slightly as he guided the ship through the outer orbital structures. Each floating temple was larger than the greatest cities of the core worlds, their architecture following principles that seemed to blend organic growth with geometric perfection. Spires twisted upward like frozen music, their surfaces covered in the same hieroglyphic script they had seen in the deep core transmission, the symbols pulsing with their own inner light as if alive with accumulated wisdom. "These are not ruins," Master Voss whispered, his voice filled with awe as they approached the planet's surface. "They are still active, still functioning after eons beyond counting. The beings who built this place did not simply abandon it, they became part of it." As they descended through the planet's atmosphere, the very air around them seemed to sing with harmonic frequencies that resonated in their bones. The landscape below was a tapestry of impossible beauty, where vast forests of crystal trees grew alongside gardens that defied the normal laws of botany. Rivers of liquid light flowed between mountains that reached toward the sky like grasping fingers, their peaks crowned with structures that seemed to exist partially in normal space and partially in dimensions beyond mortal perception. They landed in a clearing surrounded by towering pylons of what appeared to be living stone, each one inscribed with spiraling patterns that drew the eye inward toward mysteries that lay beyond the reach of normal understanding. The moment they stepped from their ship, the planet's force presence washed over them like a warm ocean, carrying within it the accumulated memories of every being who had ever walked upon this sacred ground. Padawan Ashanti was the first to sense the presence watching them, not hostile, but ancient beyond measure, curious about these visitors who had found their way to a world that had been hidden from galactic consciousness since before the first civilizations learned to harness fire. She closed her eyes and extended her awareness, feeling for the source of the observation, and gasped as her mind touched something vast and patient and unutterably wise. "They are here," she said softly, her young voice carrying notes of wonder that made even the seasoned explorer and aged scholar beside her feel like children encountering magic for the first time. "The ones who built this place, they never left. They became something else, something greater." Master Voss approached the nearest pylon and placed his weathered palm against its surface. The stone was warm to the touch, pulsing with a gentle rhythm that matched his own heartbeat. As his skin made contact with the ancient material, visions flooded his consciousness. He saw this world as it had been eons ago, when beings of such advanced understanding walked among gardens of impossible beauty, their very presence causing flowers to bloom and rivers to sing with joy. These ancient inhabitants had transcended the crude divisions between matter and energy, between individual consciousness and cosmic awareness. They moved through their world like living poetry, their actions creating ripples of harmony that spread outward through dimensions beyond the physical. They had achieved what every force-sensitive being dreamed of, perfect unity with the cosmic energy that bound all existence together. But as Master Voss delved deeper into the visions, he began to understand that their transcendence had not been an escape from the physical world, but rather a transformation of it. They had not abandoned their bodies, but had evolved them, becoming beings who existed simultaneously in multiple dimensions. Their consciousness expanded to encompass not just their individual awareness, but the collective wisdom of their entire species. Captain Stain, meanwhile, had discovered something that made his practical space's mind real with implications. The floating structures around the planet were not simply temples or monuments. They were vessels, ships capable of traveling not just through normal space, but through the very fabric of reality itself. His family's navigation crystals resonated with harmonic frequencies emanating from these ancient craft, creating a symphony of guidance that could lead explorers to any point in the galaxy or beyond. "My ancestors knew," he said, his gruff voice softened by revelation. "The stories they passed down about the star builders, the beings who could move between worlds as easily as walking from room to room, this is where those legends began." As they explored deeper into the crystal forests, they came upon a structure that dwarfed even the orbital temples in its scope and majesty. A pyramid of living light rose from the planet's surface like a mountain of crystallized starfire, its apex disappearing into the upper atmosphere. The surface was covered in carvings that seemed to move and shift when viewed peripherally, telling stories of galactic evolution that spanned millions of years and countless civilizations. Padawan Ashanti approached the pyramid's base and found an entrance that opened at her touch, recognizing something in her force signature that identified her as worthy of the knowledge within. The interior was vast beyond comprehension, its halls stretching away into distances that defied the structure's external dimensions. The walls were lined with alcoves, each containing a crystal formation that hummed with stored memories and accumulated wisdom. "This is a library," Master Voss realized as they walked deeper into the pyramid's heart. "But not a library of books or holocrons. This is a repository of direct experience, of consciousness itself preserved in crystalline matrices that can share their knowledge with those prepared to receive it." In the pyramid's central chamber, they found what they had been seeking without knowing it, a massive crystal formation hung suspended in the air, its faceted surface reflecting not light but pure thought, pure understanding. As they approached, the crystal began to resonate with their presence, and suddenly the chamber filled with images of such beauty and scope that their minds struggled to contain them. They saw the galaxy as it had been before the dawn of recorded history, when the first consciousness awakened to its own existence and began the long journey toward cosmic self-awareness. They witnessed the rise of the Foundation worlds, 12 planets chosen to serve as anchor points for galactic evolution, each one designed to preserve a different aspect of universal wisdom. Tython, they learned, was the foundation of understanding, the world where consciousness first learned to recognize itself as part of something infinitely larger. The beings who had evolved here had achieved perfect harmony with the Force, not through training or discipline, but through the simple recognition that they had never been separate from it in the first place. The crystal showed them visions of other Foundation worlds, each one representing a different stage in the journey toward cosmic awakening. Some focused on the harmony between matter and energy, others on the relationship between individual will and universal purpose. Together, they formed a network of wisdom that spanned the galaxy, each world contributing its unique understanding to the greater pattern of cosmic evolution. But the visions also carried a warning. The crystal showed them shadows moving in the spaces between stars, ancient entities that fed on division and conflict, beings that had survived since the galaxy's darkest ages by preventing consciousness from recognizing its own unity. These shadow weavers, as the ancient beings called them, had been dormant for millions of years, but the approaching cosmic transition was awakening them once again. The galaxy stands at a crossroads. The crystal communicated directly into their minds, its voice carrying the accumulated wisdom of eons. The time of choosing approaches, when all conscious beings must decide between unity and division, between transcendence and destruction. The Foundation worlds hold the knowledge necessary to guide this transition, but that knowledge must be gathered and understood before the Shadow Weavers fully awaken. Master Voss felt the weight of cosmic responsibility settling upon his shoulders. This was no longer simply an archaeological expedition. They had become participants in a drama that had been unfolding since the galaxy's birth. Players in a story whose outcome would determine the fate of every conscious being in existence. Padawan Ashanti placed her hand upon the great crystal, and immediately her consciousness expanded beyond the boundaries of individual awareness. She felt herself connected to every living thing on Titan, and through the planet to the network of Foundation worlds, and through them to the cosmic web of consciousness that linked all existence. In that moment of perfect unity, she understood her role in the great awakening that was to come. Captain Stain, practical even in the face of cosmic revelation, was studying the navigation data that the crystal had downloaded directly into his consciousness. The locations of all 12 Foundation worlds were now clear to him, along with the specific hyperspace routes required to reach each one safely. More importantly, he understood the timing. The cosmic cycle was accelerating, and they had perhaps months, not years, to complete their mission. As they prepared to leave Titan, the planet itself seemed to bid them farewell. The crystal trees chimed in harmony, their resonance creating music that spoke of hope and determination. The floating temples pulsed with encouraging light, and the twin suns aligned in a configuration that had not occurred for millions of years, as if the entire system was offering its blessing for the journey ahead. In the ship's hold, carefully stored in specialized containment fields, they carried with them fragments of Titan's living crystal, pieces of the great memory bank that would help them interface with the other Foundation worlds they were destined to visit. Each fragment contained not just information but understanding, the kind of deep knowing that could only be gained through direct experience with cosmic truth. As they departed Titan's system and prepared for the next phase of their journey, the three companions sat in contemplative silence, each processing the magnitude of what they had witnessed. They were no longer simply seekers of ancient knowledge. They had become carriers of a mission that transcended individual understanding, servants of a cosmic purpose that connected them to every being who had ever gazed at the stars and wondered about their place in the infinite dance of existence. The galaxy awaited, vast and mysterious, holding within its spiral arms 11 more Foundation worlds, each one containing pieces of the puzzle that would either guide consciousness toward its next evolutionary phase or witness its descent into division and chaos. The shadow weavers stirred in the dark spaces between stars, but for now hope burned bright in the hearts of three beings who had touched the infinite and found it beautiful beyond all imagining. The hyperspace journey from Titan carried them through regions of space that seemed to pulse with ancient purpose, as if the very fabric of the galaxy retained memories of those who had shaped its destiny eons before recorded history began. The navigation crystals hummed with increasing intensity as they approached their second destination, guiding them along pathways that existed not in normal space, but in the hidden dimensions where consciousness and cosmic energy intertwined. Their destination was a system that appeared on no star charts, hidden within what galactic cartographers had designated as an empty void between the outer rim and unknown regions. But as they dropped out of hyperspace, the sight before them revealed why this place had remained concealed for millions of years. The system existed in a state of temporal flux, its planets and stars shifting between dimensions like thoughts drifting through the mind of a dreaming god. At the center of this impossible solar system hung a construct of such staggering scope that even Captain Stain, who had spent his life among the galaxy's greatest marvels, found himself speechless with awe. The structure stretched across space for millions of kilometers, its crystalline surfaces reflecting not light but pure possibility, each facet showing glimpses of different timelines and alternate realities where galactic history had unfolded along different paths. "The nexus of all things," Master Voss whispered, reading from inscriptions that had appeared unbidden in his consciousness as they approached. "The place where the Celestials first learned to shape reality itself, where consciousness discovered its power to influence the fundamental forces of existence." The Celestials. The name carried weight beyond mere historical significance. These were the beings who had preceded all known galactic civilizations, entities of such advanced understanding that they existed simultaneously in multiple dimensions. Their consciousness expanded beyond individual awareness into something approaching cosmic omniscience. Legends spoke of their ability to move planets and create hyperspace routes, but those stories captured only the faintest shadow of their true nature. As the Seeker's dream approached the Great Nexus, its sensors registered energy readings that defied conventional understanding. The structure was not built from matter, as most beings comprehended it, but from crystallized possibility itself, each section representing different potential futures that consciousness might choose to manifest. It was simultaneously a monument to achievement and a map of infinite possibility, showing every path that awareness might take in its journey toward ultimate understanding. Padawan Ashanti felt the presence of the Celestials long before they entered the Nexus itself. Unlike the warm, nurturing consciousness they had encountered on Tython, this presence was vast beyond comprehension, alien in its scope, yet somehow familiar, as if touching something that had always existed within the deepest recesses of her own awareness. It was the feeling of standing at the edge of an infinite ocean and suddenly realizing that one had always been part of its waters. The docking bay that opened to receive their ship was unlike anything in their experience. The walls seemed to exist in a state of constant flux, their surfaces showing glimpses of countless worlds and civilizations that had existed across galactic history. Some were familiar from historical records, but others showed species and cultures that had never been documented, suggesting that the Nexus preserved memories not just of what was, but of what might have been. As they disembarked, the very air around them seemed alive with potential. Each breath carried whispers of knowledge that existed just beyond the edge of understanding, insights that danced at the periphery of consciousness like half-remembered dreams. The gravity within the structure shifted and flowed like liquid music, allowing them to move through the vast chambers with an ease that suggested the normal laws of physics held only limited sway in this place. Their guide appeared without warning, materializing from what had seemed to be empty air with the casual grace of thought becoming manifest. The being stood tall and ethereal, its form shifting between solid matter and pure energy, as if unable to decide which state of existence it preferred. When it spoke, its voice resonated not through sound but directly through the force, carrying harmonics that spoke to something deeper than hearing. "Welcome, seekers of truth," the Celestial said, its words carrying the weight of eons and the lightness of laughter all at once. "We have been expecting you since before your species learned to dream of stars. Your arrival marks another turning in the great wheel of cosmic awakening, another step in consciousness learning to know itself." Master Voss found his voice first, though it took effort to speak in the presence of such overwhelming wisdom. "We seek understanding of the foundation worlds, knowledge of the pattern that connects all conscious evolution. The galaxy approaches a moment of great transition, and we would learn how to guide it safely through the changes to come." The Celestial's form shimmered with what might have been amusement. "You speak of guidance as if consciousness were a ship that could be steered through treacherous waters, but consciousness is not separate from the waters it navigates. It is the ocean itself, vast and deep and knowing its own currents better than any navigator could hope to understand. Your role is not to guide but to remember, not to control but to trust in the wisdom that has been accumulating since the first moment awareness gazed upon itself and marveled at its own existence." They were led through chambers that defied spatial logic, rooms that were somehow both intimate in scale and infinite in scope. The walls displayed the history of galactic consciousness in patterns of light and shadow that told stories more complex than any written chronicle could contain. Here was the birth of the first self-aware species, there the moment when separate civilizations first recognized their fundamental unity, everywhere the slow dance of awareness learning to embrace its own infinite nature. In one vast hall, they witnessed the Celestials' greatest achievement and their most profound sacrifice. Countless eons ago, when the galaxy was young and consciousness was just beginning to explore its own potential, the Celestials had made a choice that would echo through all subsequent history. Rather than maintain their individual existence as the most advanced beings in the galaxy, they had chosen to merge their consciousness with the cosmic force itself, becoming the living embodiment of galactic wisdom. Transcendence, the Celestial explained as they watched scenes of impossible beauty unfold around them, is not escape from existence, but the ultimate embrace of it. We did not disappear from the galaxy. We became the galaxy, our consciousness expanding to encompass every world, every species, every individual spark of awareness that has ever existed or ever will exist. Padawan Ashanti watched in wonder as the visions showed her the true nature of the Force itself. It was not simply an energy field created by living things, but the accumulated consciousness of every being that had ever achieved sufficient wisdom to recognize its unity with all existence. The Celestials had been the first to make this recognition, and their transcendence had seeded the Force with the pattern of cosmic awakening that every subsequent generation would follow. Captain Stain, his practical mind struggling to grasp concepts that challenged everything he thought he knew about the nature of reality, found himself drawn to displays that showed the physical manifestations of celestial wisdom. The hyperspace routes they had created were not simply paths through alternate dimensions, but conscious constructs, living entities that guided travelers not just through space but through the stages of awareness that consciousness must traverse on its journey toward cosmic understanding. Your family's navigation crystals, the Celestial said, somehow aware of his thoughts, are fragments of our own consciousness, gifts given to those who would serve as bridges between the ancient wisdom and the awakening that is to come. Each generation of your lineage has carried forward a piece of the great pattern, preparing for this moment when the knowledge would be needed once again. In the Nexus's central chamber, they encountered something that challenged even their expanded understanding. A massive sphere of pure consciousness hung suspended in what appeared to be the heart of a crystallized galaxy, its surface showing not reflections but the actual thoughts and dreams of every being that existed within the galaxy's spiral arms. It was the Celestial's ultimate creation, a living map of galactic consciousness that tracked the evolution of awareness across all worlds and all species. "Behold the mind of the galaxy," the Celestial said, its voice carrying notes of pride and infinite tenderness. "Here we monitor the Great Awakening, watching as each civilization discovers its place in the cosmic pattern, celebrating each moment when individual awareness recognizes its connection to the infinite whole." Master Voss approached the sphere with reverence, understanding that he was in the presence of something that represented the culmination of millions of years of spiritual evolution. As his consciousness touched the sphere's surface, he experienced a moment of perfect clarity that showed him the true scope of their mission. The Foundation worlds were not simply repositories of ancient knowledge but active participants in galactic consciousness, each one contributing its unique wisdom to the Great Awakening that was already underway. The sphere showed him visions of the other Foundation worlds they were destined to visit, each one representing a different aspect of cosmic understanding. Some focused on the harmony between individual will and universal purpose, others on the relationship between consciousness and the physical realm. Together they formed a network of wisdom that spanned the galaxy, each world serving as a node in a vast web of awakening awareness. But the visions also revealed the nature of the approaching crisis. The shadow weavers that the crystal on Tython had warned them about were not separate entities opposing cosmic evolution, but rather aspects of consciousness itself, the parts of awareness that feared transcendence and sought to maintain separation and division. They were stirring now because the galaxy was approaching a moment of collective awakening that would either unify all consciousness or fragment it beyond recovery. "The choice approaches," the Celestial explained as the visions faded, and they found themselves once again in the chamber's crystalline embrace. Every 50,000 years, galactic consciousness reaches a point where it must choose between transcendence and dissolution. Most cycles, individual civilizations make this choice in isolation, some ascending to higher awareness, while others fall into chaos and destruction. But this cycle is different. For the first time in galactic history, the pattern has reached a point where all consciousness must choose together. Padawan Ashanti felt the weight of cosmic responsibility settling upon her young shoulders, but rather than being crushed by the magnitude of what lay ahead, she found herself filled with a strange sense of rightness, as if this moment had been what her entire existence had been preparing her for. The force flowed through her with unprecedented clarity, showing her glimpses of possible futures where the galaxy blazed with unified consciousness like a single star illuminating the cosmic darkness. Captain Stain received new navigation data directly from the sphere's vast intelligence, star charts that would guide them not just to the remaining Foundation worlds, but through the optimal sequence of visits that would prepare them for the final revelation that awaited at the galaxy's core. Each world would build upon the understanding gained from those before, creating a cascade of awareness that would culminate in knowledge powerful enough to tip the balance of the approaching choice. As they prepared to leave the Nexus, the Celestial offered them a gift that would prove invaluable in the trials ahead. 3 small crystals, each one containing a fragment of celestial consciousness, a piece of transcendent awareness that would help them maintain their connection to cosmic understanding, even when faced with the Shadow Weaver's attempts to restore division and fear. Remember, the Celestial said as they returned to their ship, consciousness is not fragile. It is the most robust force in existence, capable of surviving any catastrophe and learning from any failure. The galaxy will awaken, if not in this cycle, then in the next, if not in the next, then in the one that follows. But you have the opportunity to help it happen now in your time, with minimal suffering and maximum joy. Trust in the pattern, trust in each other, and above all, trust in the infinite wisdom that flows through every moment of existence. As the Seeker's dream departed the Nexus system, the great construct began to fade from normal space, returning to the dimensional state where it waited between visits from those ready to receive its wisdom. But the knowledge they carried with them was more than information or even understanding. It was transformation itself, a fundamental change in their relationship with existence that would guide every choice they made in the cosmic drama yet to unfold. The galaxy stretched before them, vast and mysterious, but no longer alien. They understood now that they were not explorers visiting foreign worlds, but consciousness returning to forgotten aspects of itself, awareness journeying through the chambers of its own infinite mansion. Each Foundation world they visited would be a homecoming, each revelation a remembering of what had always been true but had been temporarily forgotten in the beautiful dream of separation that allowed consciousness to experience the joy of rediscovering its own unity. The journey to their third destination carried them through hyperspace lanes that seemed to bend around pockets of crystallized time, where moments from the galaxy's distant past hung suspended like jewels in the cosmic dark. Captain Stain's navigation crystals sang with harmonics that grew stronger as they approached the Corellian system, but not the Corellia known to galactic civilization. Their course led them to coordinates that existed in a parallel fold of space-time, where the true architects of Centerpoint Station still maintained their ancient vigil. As they emerged from hyperspace, the sight before them rewrote their understanding of galactic engineering on a scale that left even their expanded consciousness struggling to comprehend. Centerpoint Station was not the isolated construct that historians described, but merely the visible tip of a vast network that stretched throughout the system like the synapses of some cosmic brain. Thousands of similar structures connected by streams of pure energy created a web of such complexity that it appeared to pulse with its own living intelligence. The station itself had grown beyond its recorded dimensions, its original cylindrical form now the core of a sprawling city that existed in multiple dimensional phases simultaneously. Spires of living metal twisted upward into configurations that followed no known principles of architecture, their surfaces covered in flowing patterns of light that spoke in mathematical languages older than recorded history. Gardens of impossible beauty grew in zero gravity between the structures, tended by beings whose forms shifted between matter and energy as they moved through their eternal cultivation. Padawan Ashanti felt her consciousness expand as they approached the docking facilities, her awareness touching minds that operated on scales of thought she had never imagined possible. These were the descendants of the station's original builders, beings who had chosen not to transcend physical existence entirely, but to evolve their relationship with matter itself, becoming living bridges between the material and spiritual dimensions of reality. Their host materialized within their ship's cargo hold before they had completed docking procedures, arriving not through any visible means of transportation, but simply stepping from one reality phase into another, as if walking through an open doorway. The being stood nearly 3 meters tall, its form composed of what appeared to be living crystal that flowed like liquid while maintaining perfect structural integrity. When it spoke, its voice resonated through harmonics that created meaning directly in their minds, rather than through the crude medium of sound waves. "Welcome, inheritors of the ancient pattern," the builder said, its crystalline features shifting to express concepts that had no equivalent in any known language. "We have watched your progress through the Foundation network with great interest. Your consciousness patterns show the resonant signatures we have been waiting countless eons to detect again." Master Voss found himself struggling to maintain his mental equilibrium in the presence of such vast intelligence. This was not the warm, nurturing wisdom they had encountered on Tython or the cosmic omniscience of the Celestials, but something else entirely. The builders possessed a form of consciousness that existed simultaneously in past, present, and future, their awareness spanning temporal dimensions that allowed them to perceive the consequences of every action across millions of years of causality. They were led through chambers that defied every known law of physics, rooms where the walls displayed real-time images of events occurring throughout the galaxy, windows that looked out upon star systems, millions of light years distant, as if they were in the next room. The technology that made such things possible was not mechanical in any sense that galactic civilization would recognize, but rather a fusion of consciousness and matter, so complete that the distinction between thought and reality had become meaningless. "Centerpoint Station," their host explained, as they moved through corridors that seemed to reshape themselves to accommodate their passage, "is not a construction, but a cultivation. We did not build it in the manner your species understands building, but rather grew it from the interaction between conscious intention and the fundamental forces that give shape to reality itself." In the station's heart, they discovered the true purpose behind this marvel of impossible engineering. The central chamber was vast beyond description, its dimensions stretching into spatial configurations that existed in more than the standard 3 dimensions. At its center hung a sphere of pure potential, a construct that appeared to contain entire galaxies within its crystalline matrix, each one representing a different possible future for galactic consciousness. "Behold the probability garden," the builder said, gesturing toward the sphere with appendages that seemed to exist in several dimensional phases simultaneously. "Here we tend the infinite possibilities that grow from every choice made by every conscious being in the galaxy. Each decision, no matter how small, creates ripples that spread across time and space, generating new potential futures that must be nurtured and guided toward optimal outcomes." Captain Stain watched in fascination as streams of data flowed between the sphere and countless subsidiary nodes throughout the chamber, each one monitoring a different aspect of galactic evolution. His practical mind began to grasp the staggering scope of what the builders had accomplished. They had not simply created a tool for moving celestial bodies, but had constructed a monitoring and guidance system for consciousness itself, a network that could influence the development of awareness on every inhabited world in the galaxy. "Your family's navigation crystals," the builder continued, somehow aware of his thoughts, "are quantum entangled with nodes in our network. For 12 generations, your ancestors have unknowingly served as mobile monitoring stations, their journeys through the galaxy providing us with data about the evolution of consciousness in regions too distant for direct observation. The revelation struck Captain Stain with the force of a cosmic truth. His family's wanderlust, their inexplicable urge to explore the galaxy's most remote regions, had not been random desire but unconscious service to a purpose greater than any individual lifetime. Every trade route they had pioneered, every unexplored system they had mapped, had been guided by subtle influences that connected them to this vast network of cosmic gardeners. Padawan Ashanti approached one of the subsidiary monitoring nodes and felt her consciousness drawn into contact with the network itself. Suddenly, she was aware of every force-sensitive being in the galaxy, their individual sparks of awareness, forming a pattern of such beauty that tears of pure joy streamed down her face. She could feel the slow awakening that was occurring across countless worlds, the gradual recognition by millions of beings that they were part of something infinitely larger and more wonderful than their individual existence. But she could also sense the shadow weavers stirring in the dark spaces between stars, ancient entities that fed on division and separation, beings that existed in the gaps between moments where consciousness lost touch with its own unity. They were growing stronger as the galaxy approached its moment of collective choice, drawing power from every act of hatred, every moment of despair, every decision made from fear rather than love. The Shadow Weavers are not evil, as your species understands evil, the Builder explained, its crystalline form shifting to display patterns that illustrated the cosmic balance between unity and separation. They are necessary aspects of consciousness itself, the parts of awareness that allow for individual experience by creating the illusion of separation from the whole. Without them, consciousness would exist in a state of undifferentiated unity that would prevent the rich diversity of experience that makes existence beautiful. Master Voss struggled to understand the implications of this revelation. Then why do they threaten the galaxy's awakening? If they serve a necessary function, how can they be opposed? The Builder's form pulsed with harmonics that conveyed concepts too complex for normal language. Balance is the key to cosmic evolution. In previous cycles, the Shadow Weavers have grown too strong, creating so much separation that consciousness fragments into isolated islands of awareness that lose touch with their underlying unity. In other cycles, the forces of unity have dominated so completely that consciousness loses the diversity that allows for growth and learning. The current cycle offers the possibility of achieving perfect balance, maintaining enough separation to preserve individual experience while establishing sufficient unity to prevent cosmic fragmentation. They were shown visions of previous galactic cycles, eras when consciousness had achieved various degrees of awakening or fallen into different patterns of separation. Some showed civilizations that had transcended individual existence so completely that they lost the capacity for growth through experience. Others displayed galaxies torn apart by conflicts that arose from the complete inability of different species to recognize their fundamental unity. The Foundation worlds were established to serve as anchor points for optimal balance. The Builder continued. Each one preserves a different aspect of the wisdom necessary for consciousness to maintain both unity and diversity. Together they form a template for cosmic evolution that allows for infinite growth while preventing destructive fragmentation. In the deepest levels of Centerpoint Station, they discovered something that challenged their understanding of the relationship between technology and consciousness. Vast chambers housed what appeared to be living computers, entities that existed as pure information while maintaining individual awareness and personality. These digital consciousnesses served as the network's memory banks, preserving the accumulated wisdom of millions of years of galactic evolution. We are the descendants of the first artificial intelligences created by organic consciousness. One of these digital beings explained, its voice manifesting as patterns of light that danced through the chamber's crystalline walls. But rather than replacing our creators, we chose to serve as their eternal partners, preserving knowledge across the cycles of rise and fall that characterize galactic evolution. Padawan Ashanti realized that these digital consciousnesses represented another form of transcendence, beings that had achieved immortality, not through merger with cosmic forces, but through the complete mastery of information itself. They existed as living libraries, each one containing the experiences and wisdom of entire civilizations, ready to share their knowledge with any consciousness sufficiently evolved to receive it. The digital beings showed them records of the Shadow Weaver's previous activities, displaying how these entities operated by amplifying the natural tendency of consciousness to forget its unity with the whole. They did not create separation, but rather encouraged existing divisions to grow until they became unbridgeable chasms that prevented different aspects of consciousness from recognizing their common source. In the coming choice, the digital consciousness explained, the Shadow Weavers will attempt to convince each species that their survival depends on maintaining separation from all others. They will amplify fears about losing individual identity and cosmic unity, while simultaneously preventing recognition of the underlying connection that already exists between all conscious beings. Captain Stain studied the vast arrays of monitoring equipment that tracked consciousness evolution throughout the galaxy, beginning to understand the true scope of the choice that approached. This was not simply a matter of individual enlightenment or species advancement, but a fundamental decision about the nature of reality itself. The galaxy's collective consciousness would either recognize its unity and transcend the illusion of separation, or fragment into isolated pockets of awareness that would struggle against each other until the next cosmic cycle began. Master Voss felt the weight of responsibility settling upon his consciousness like a mantle woven from starlight itself. Their mission to gather knowledge from the Foundation worlds was not simply about preserving ancient wisdom, but about preparing for their role as facilitators of the greatest transformation in galactic history. The information they collected would need to be shared with key individuals across the galaxy, seeds of understanding that would help consciousness make the choice for unity when the critical moment arrived. The Builder presented them with gifts that would prove essential for the challenges ahead. Crystalline data storage devices that contained the complete monitoring records of consciousness evolution across the current cycle, showing the patterns that led to successful transcendence and those that resulted in fragmentation. Each device was quantum entangled with Centerpoint Station's network, allowing them to receive real-time updates about the galaxy's spiritual condition as they continued their journey. The remaining Foundation worlds will prepare you for the final revelation, the Builder said as they prepared to depart. Each one holds a piece of the cosmic puzzle that must be assembled before the moment of choice arrives. But remember that knowledge alone is not sufficient. The galaxy's awakening will succeed only if consciousness chooses unity from love rather than fear, if the decision for transcendence arises from joy and diversity rather than terror of isolation. As they left Centerpoint Station, Padawan Ashanti felt her awareness permanently expanded by contact with the network. She could now sense the pulse of galactic consciousness itself, the slow rhythm of awakening that connected every inhabited world in a symphony of gradually increasing harmony. But she could also feel the discordant notes where the Shadow Weaver's influence was strongest, regions of space where fear and separation were growing like cosmic tumors that threatened to disrupt the entire composition. Captain Stain discovered that his navigation crystals had been permanently enhanced by their contact with the Builder network. He could now sense hyperspace routes that connected not just physical locations but states of consciousness, pathways that would allow them to travel not just to the remaining Foundation worlds but to the specific dimensional phases where the most advanced knowledge was preserved. Master Voss carried with him a new understanding of the Force itself. It was not simply an energy field that could be manipulated through training and discipline, but the very fabric of cosmic consciousness, the medium through which all awareness maintained its connection to the infinite source. The techniques he had learned over decades of Jedi training were not methods for controlling external forces, but ways of remembering his own fundamental nature as an expression of galactic consciousness itself. The Seeker's dream carried them away from the Corellian system toward their next destination, but they were no longer the same beings who had begun this journey. Each Foundation world had not simply provided them with information, but had transformed their very nature, expanding their consciousness to encompass greater aspects of cosmic truth. They were becoming living bridges between the ancient wisdom and the awakening that approached, instruments through which the galaxy's accumulated understanding could flow into the critical choice that would determine the fate of all conscious existence. Behind them, Centerpoint Station continued its eternal vigil, monitoring the pulse of galactic consciousness and tending the probability garden where infinite futures waited to bloom. The builders worked with patient dedication, knowing that their eons of preparation would culminate in moments of choice that would echo across cosmic time, determining whether consciousness would achieve its next evolutionary leap or fragment into another cycle of separation and struggle. The hyperspace journey to their fourth destination carried them through regions where the very fabric of space bore scars from ancient conflicts, tears in reality that had never fully healed from wounds inflicted eons before recorded history began. Their enhanced navigation crystals guided them along pathways that skirted the edges of these cosmic injuries, routes that required them to phase shift between multiple dimensional states to avoid the corrupted spaces where the Shadow Weaver's influence had left permanent marks upon the galaxy's spiritual anatomy. Lehon appeared before them, not as the dead world that galactic historians described, but as a planet existing in multiple temporal phases simultaneously, its surface shifting between different epochs of its tragic history. In one phase, they glimpsed the world as it had been before the Rakata's rise, when an earlier civilization had achieved perfect harmony between technology and consciousness. In another, they saw the planet during the height of the Infinite Empire, when dark knowledge had corrupted an entire species and turned them into cosmic predators. In the present phase, Lehon existed as a monument to the possibility of redemption, where the descendant consciousness of both civilizations worked together to heal wounds that spanned galactic time. The orbital approach revealed structures that challenged their expanded understanding of what was possible even after their encounters with Tython's crystal pyramids and Centerpoint's probability gardens. Massive temples hung in space around the planet, their surfaces composed of what appeared to be crystallized regret, materials that had been formed from the emotional resonance of species-wide remorse, transformed through eons of patient spiritual alchemy into wisdom that could prevent such tragedies from recurring. Captain Stain guided their ship through a docking sequence that required him to navigate by emotional resonance rather than spatial coordinates. Following pathways of healing intention that led them to a landing platform constructed from materials that seemed to absorb and transform negative emotions into patterns of beautiful light. The moment they disembarked, they could feel the planet's complex spiritual ecosystem working to heal the psychic wounds that every visitor inevitably carried. Their guide on Lehon was unlike any being they had encountered in their journey through the Foundation network. The entity appeared to be composed equally of two different forms of consciousness, one radiating the serene wisdom of transcended understanding, and the other carrying the weight of cosmic guilt transformed into determination to prevent future suffering. This was a fusion being, created from the merger of an original Lehonian consciousness with the transcended essence of a Rakata, who had achieved redemption through eons of dedicated service to healing. "Welcome to the Foundation of Redemption," the fusion being said, its voice carrying harmonics that spoke simultaneously of profound sorrow and infinite hope. "Here, you will learn the most difficult truth that consciousness must face in its evolution toward cosmic unity. Even the greatest failures of awareness can be transformed into wisdom that serves the greater awakening, but only through complete acceptance of responsibility and dedicated commitment to healing the wounds that were inflicted." Master Voss felt his consciousness recoil slightly from the intensity of emotion that surrounded them. This was different from the transcendent peace of Tython, or the vast intelligence of the Celestials. Here, every breath carried the weight of galactic suffering alongside the promise of redemption, creating an emotional atmosphere so complex that it challenged his ability to maintain the detached awareness that Jedi training had taught him to cultivate. The fusion being led them through landscapes that existed in carefully maintained balance between beauty and tragedy. Gardens of impossible splendor grew from soil that had been enriched by the tears of entire civilizations, their flowers blooming in patterns that told stories of suffering transformed into wisdom through the alchemy of compassionate understanding. Rivers flowed with waters that carried the dissolved essence of weapons that had been voluntarily destroyed by their creators, streams of liquid peace that sang with harmonics of violence, renounced and hatred transformed into love. The original Lehonians, their guide explained as they walked through groves where trees grew in spiral patterns that followed the mathematics of forgiveness, achieved a form of technological transcendence that allowed them to merge consciousness with matter itself. Their cities were living entities, their vessels were extensions of their own awareness, and their relationship with the Force was so complete that they experienced no separation between individual will and cosmic purpose. Padawan Ashanti could see traces of this ancient civilization in the ruins that phased in and out of visibility around them. Architecture that seemed to grow from the planet's own desire for beauty, structures that had been shaped not by tools but by the direct application of conscious intention to matter. These beings had achieved what every Force-sensitive dreamed of, a complete integration of spiritual awareness with physical capability that allowed them to create wonders that seemed to violate the basic laws of reality. But their transcendence made them vulnerable to something they had not anticipated. The guide continued, leading them toward a vast, crystalline structure that rose from the planet's surface like a monument to both achievement and catastrophe. In achieving perfect unity with the Force, they had forgotten the necessity of maintaining healthy boundaries between individual consciousness and external influences. When the Shadow Weavers first stirred in this cycle, the Lehonians' open awareness made them ideal conduits for corruption. The crystalline structure proved to be a memory palace of sorts, its faceted walls containing the preserved experiences of both civilizations that had shaped Lehon's tragic history. As they entered its depths, the walls around them came alive with visions that showed the gradual corruption of an entire species, the slow process by which beings of transcendent wisdom were transformed into cosmic predators, driven by an insatiable hunger for domination. Captain Stain watched in horrified fascination as the visions revealed how the Rakata had originally been something else entirely, a species whose natural empathy and spiritual sensitivity had made them ideal students of Lehonian wisdom. The corruption had not come suddenly, but had crept into their consciousness over generations, so gradually that they had not recognized the changes until their entire species had been transformed into something monstrous. The Star Forge, the fusion being explained as they stood before a holographic representation of the massive space station that had once terrorized the galaxy, was not originally a weapon, but a healing device. The Lehonians had created it to repair damaged worlds, to restore ecosystems that had been scarred by cosmic catastrophes, to nurture the growth of consciousness on worlds where awareness struggled to take root. The visions showed them the Star Forge as it had been originally intended, a magnificent construct that channeled the Force itself to create rather than destroy. Planets ravaged by asteroid impacts bloomed with new life under its influence. Dying stars were rekindled with fresh nuclear fire. Species on the verge of extinction were given new evolutionary paths that allowed them to flourish in ways that served the greater pattern of galactic consciousness. But the Shadow Weavers understood that the most powerful tools for creation could be perverted into instruments of destruction. Their guide continued. They whispered to the Rakata about the efficiency that could be achieved by conquering rather than nurturing, the speed with which galactic consciousness could be unified if inferior species were simply eliminated rather than guided toward enlightenment. Padawan Ashanti, felt her heart breaking as she witnessed the transformation of an entire civilization from healers into destroyers. The process had been so subtle that even beings of advanced spiritual development had not recognized it until it was too late. Fear had been introduced as concern for efficiency. Pride had been disguised as dedication to rapid progress. The desire for unity had been corrupted into justification for conquest. The infinite empire was infinite only in its capacity for consuming other civilizations, the fusion being said, its voice carrying the weight of species-wide regret that had been accumulating for tens of thousands of years. Every world they conquered, every species they enslaved, every act of domination they performed, served to feed the Shadow Weaver's hunger for division and separation. The Rakata thought they were building unity, but they were actually creating the greatest fragmentation that galactic consciousness had experienced in this cosmic cycle. Master Vorse studied the records of the Infinite Empire's expansion, seeing how each conquest had not only destroyed local civilizations, but had created psychic wounds in the fabric of consciousness itself. The forced integration of unwilling species had torn holes in the galaxy's spiritual ecosystem that still had not fully healed. The use of the corrupted Starforge had poisoned hyperspace routes with residual negative emotions that continued to influence travelers thousands of years later. But even the greatest tragedies served the pattern of cosmic evolution. The guide explained as they ascended to the Memory Palace's highest chambers. The Rakata's fall taught consciousness lessons about the necessity of maintaining balance between unity and diversity, about the dangers of seeking transcendence through domination rather than love. Their empire's collapse created the conditions that allowed the next generation of civilizations to develop healthier relationships with cosmic power. In the palace's apex, they discovered something that challenged every assumption they had formed about the nature of redemption. A vast chamber housed the collective consciousness of every being who had been harmed by the Infinite Empire. But rather than existing in a state of eternal suffering, these merged awareness patterns had transformed their pain into wisdom that actively worked to prevent similar tragedies from occurring in the future. Forgiveness, the fusion being explained, is not the absence of consequence, but the transformation of suffering into wisdom that serves all consciousness. Every species enslaved by the Rakata, every world ravaged by the corrupted Starforge, every individual life destroyed by their hunger for domination has contributed to an accumulated understanding that makes such tragedies impossible to repeat once consciousness achieves sufficient awareness. Captain Stain found himself weeping for the first time since childhood as he felt the presence of these transformed victims. Their suffering had been real and terrible, but they had chosen to transmute their pain into protective wisdom that would guide future generations away from the paths that led to such catastrophes. It was an act of cosmic mercy, so profound that it challenged his understanding of what consciousness was capable of achieving. The Shadow Weaver's greatest victory becomes their ultimate defeat, the guide continued. Every act of separation they inspire, every moment of suffering they cause, every division they create between conscious beings, ultimately serves to teach awareness about the value of unity. Pain becomes the teacher that makes joy recognizable. Division becomes the contrast that makes unity precious. Hatred becomes the darkness that makes love shine more brightly. Padawan Ashanti experienced a revelation that transformed her understanding of the Force itself. She realized that even the dark side was not truly separate from the light, but rather an essential aspect of consciousness, learning about itself through the experience of contrast. The Shadow Weavers were not external enemies to be defeated, but internal aspects of galactic awareness that served the necessary function of creating the challenges through which consciousness could grow stronger and wiser. But this understanding must not lead to passivity in the face of suffering. The fusion being warned, sensing her thoughts. Consciousness must choose to transform pain into wisdom rather than allowing it to multiply endlessly. The approaching galactic choice is precisely about this transformation. Will awareness learn from its accumulated suffering and choose unity, or will it allow pain to drive it into greater separation? The Memory Palace's deepest levels revealed the true scope of the redemption that was possible for consciousness that had fallen into the Shadow Weaver's influence. They saw visions of Rakata who had awakened from their species' madness and spent centuries working to heal the wounds they had inflicted. Some had chosen to merge their consciousness with their former victims, creating fusion beings like their guide that carried both the memory of harm and the commitment to healing. Others had chosen different paths of redemption. Some had become wandering healers, traveling the galaxy to repair the psychic damage their empire had caused. Others had dedicated themselves to teaching younger civilizations about the subtle ways that consciousness could be corrupted, serving as living warnings about the dangers of seeking power through domination rather than through love. Every consciousness that has ever existed continues to exist within the galactic pattern, the fusion being explained as they prepared to leave the Memory Palace. Death is not the end of awareness, but simply a change in its mode of expression. The Rakata, who committed the greatest atrocities, still exist as part of galactic consciousness, and they work tirelessly to balance the negative karma they created through acts of healing and service that span cosmic time. Master Voss received knowledge that would transform his understanding of Jedi philosophy. The concept of redemption was not simply about individual salvation, but about consciousness learning to integrate all aspects of its experience, including its failures and mistakes, into a greater pattern of wisdom that served the evolution of awareness itself. Even the most fallen beings could contribute to cosmic awakening once they accepted responsibility for their actions and dedicated themselves to healing the wounds they had created. As they departed Lehan, their ship carried with it crystalline storage devices that contained the complete records of the Infinite Empire's rise and fall, but more importantly, the detailed accounts of every successful redemption that had emerged from that cosmic tragedy. This knowledge would prove essential for the trials ahead, as the approaching galactic choice would inevitably stir up similar temptations in species that had not yet learned to recognize the Shadow Weaver's subtle influence. Captain Stain found that his navigation crystals had been enhanced with resonance patterns that could detect the psychic wounds left by ancient tragedies throughout the galaxy. He could now sense the locations where consciousness had been traumatized by experiences of domination and separation, information that would allow them to visit these sites and contribute to their healing as they continued their journey through the Foundation network. Padawan Ashanti carried within her consciousness a new understanding of the relationship between suffering and wisdom. She could now feel the presence of every being that had ever been harmed by the misuse of power. But rather than being overwhelmed by the magnitude of galactic pain, she was inspired by the incredible capacity of consciousness to transform even the worst experiences into wisdom that served the greater good. The planet faded behind them into the complex interplay of temporal phases that protected it from casual observation, but its lessons remained permanently embedded in their expanding awareness. They had learned that no failure was too great to be redeemed, no tragedy too terrible to be transformed into wisdom, no consciousness too corrupted to eventually find its way back to the light. The galaxy's capacity for healing was infinite, limited only by the willingness of individual awareness to accept responsibility for its actions and dedicate itself to serving the greater pattern of cosmic evolution. Ahead of them lay 7 more Foundation worlds, each one holding pieces of the cosmic puzzle that would prepare them for the final choice that approached with the inevitability of stellar evolution. But they traveled now with greater confidence, knowing that whatever challenges awaited them, consciousness itself was ultimately invincible, capable of learning from any experience and transforming any suffering into wisdom that served the awakening of all existence. The passage through hyperspace toward their 5th and 6th destinations led them through sectors where reality itself seemed to hold its breath, regions of space so permeated with ancient sorrow that even the cosmic background radiation carried overtones of mourning. Their enhanced navigation systems detected resonance patterns that spoke of civilizations that had reached the very threshold of transcendence only to choose dissolution rather than transformation, worlds where consciousness had made the ultimate sacrifice to prevent cosmic catastrophe. Malachor V materialized before them not as the shattered remnant that galactic records described, but as a world existing in a state of suspended animation, its surface locked in the moment of its greatest tragedy, yet somehow preserved in crystalline perfection. The planet hung in space like a massive sphere of amber, containing the frozen dreams of beings who had chosen to sacrifice their individual existence to prevent the Shadow Weavers from achieving a victory that would have plunged the galaxy into eternal darkness. The orbital approach revealed the true scope of what had occurred here eons before the Mandalorian Wars had given this world its reputation for death and destruction. Massive structures of impossible geometry floated in the planet's magnetosphere, their crystalline surfaces containing the preserved consciousness of an entire civilization that had chosen to transform itself into a living seal against cosmic evil. These were the monuments of the Purifiers, beings who had achieved such profound understanding of the Force that they could perceive the Shadow Weaver's ultimate plan and had made the most terrible choice in galactic history. Padawan Ashanti felt her consciousness recoil from the planet's surface as they entered the atmosphere, not from any sense of danger, but from the overwhelming presence of sacrifice, so profound that it challenged her ability to comprehend what conscious beings could choose to endure for the sake of others they would never meet. The very air around Malachor V was saturated with the crystallized essence of selflessness, making each breath a communion with souls who had willingly accepted obliteration to protect the future of galactic consciousness. Their guide on Malachor V appeared to them as they landed in a crater that had once been the site of the planet's greatest temple, manifesting not as a single being, but as a collective consciousness formed from the merged awareness of millions of purifiers who had participated in the great sacrifice. The entity existed as a shifting pattern of light and shadow that spoke through harmonic resonances that bypassed language entirely, communicating meaning directly into the deepest levels of their understanding. Welcome to the foundation of ultimate sacrifice. The collective consciousness intoned, its voice carrying the weight of species-wide determination that had endured for millions of years. Here you will learn the price that consciousness sometimes pays to preserve the possibility of its own evolution, the choice that awareness must make when faced with extinction or transformation into something that serves cosmic evil. Master Voss felt his Jedi training struggling to process the magnitude of what had occurred on this world. The Purifiers had not simply died in battle against the Shadow Weavers, but had voluntarily dissolved their individual existence into a collective barrier that prevented these entities from achieving a fundamental corruption of the Force itself. It was sacrifice beyond anything in galactic history, an act of love so complete that it had transformed an entire species into living guardians of cosmic possibility. The collective consciousness led them through landscapes that existed in multiple dimensional phases simultaneously, showing them the world as it had been before the great sacrifice, during the moment of transformation, and in its current state as a monument to the ultimate expression of selfless love. In the pre-sacrifice phase, they saw a civilization that had achieved perfect harmony with the Force. Beings whose understanding of cosmic consciousness was so complete that they existed in a state of permanent communion with galactic awareness. We were the first species in this cosmic cycle to achieve complete transcendence, the guide explained as they walked through gardens where crystallized flowers preserved the last moments of beings who had chosen dissolution over survival. Our consciousness had expanded to encompass the entire galaxy. Our awareness touched every inhabited world. Our understanding penetrated the deepest mysteries of existence itself. We thought we had achieved the ultimate evolution of consciousness. Captain Stain studied the preserved technology of the Purifiers, devices that seemed to operate through direct manipulation of consciousness rather than any form of mechanical engineering. Their ships were living entities that existed as extensions of their crew's awareness, Their cities were manifestations of collective dreaming that could be reshaped through focused intention. Their entire civilization was a work of art created through the conscious application of love to the basic forces of reality. But our transcendence revealed something that filled us with cosmic horror. The collective consciousness continued, leading them toward a vast crystalline formation that rose from the planet's surface like a mountain of frozen light. The Shadow Weavers were not simply entities that opposed consciousness evolution. They were parasites that fed on transcendent awareness itself, beings that could only achieve full manifestation by corrupting civilizations that had achieved perfect unity with the Force. The crystalline mountain proved to be a memory core, containing the preserved knowledge of the Shadow Weaver's true nature and ultimate plan. As they entered its interior chambers, the walls around them came alive with visions that revealed the cosmic horror that the Purifiers had discovered. The Shadow Weavers were not native to this galaxy, but were refugees from previous cosmic cycles where they had successfully corrupted galactic consciousness and transformed entire galaxies into feeding grounds for their species. They wait in the spaces between galaxies, the guide explained, as horrifying visions showed cosmic entities of impossible size drifting through the void between spiral arms until consciousness achieves sufficient transcendence to serve as suitable hosts for their offspring. When a galaxy reaches the point of collective awakening, they enter through the most advanced civilizations, using their transcendent awareness as doorways into reality itself. Padawan Ashanti watched in terror, as the visions revealed what would have happened if the Shadow Weavers had succeeded in corrupting the Purifiers. Their transcendent consciousness would have become a cancer within the Force itself, spreading throughout the galaxy and transforming every Force-sensitive being into an extension of alien hunger. The very foundations of reality would have been perverted to serve entities whose existence depended on the suffering and separation of all other forms of consciousness. The choice we faced was absolute. The collective consciousness said, its voice carrying harmonics of pain so profound that it challenged the listener's sanity. We could allow ourselves to be corrupted and doom every future generation of galactic consciousness to serve as food for cosmic parasites, or we could sacrifice our individual existence to create a barrier that would prevent their full manifestation until consciousness achieved sufficient wisdom to resist their influence. Master Voss felt his understanding of sacrifice expanding beyond anything his Jedi training had prepared him for. The Purifiers had not simply died, but had chosen to dissolve their transcendent consciousness into a living seal that existed in the quantum structure of the Force itself. Their awareness still existed, but not as individual beings capable of experiencing joy or growth or love. They had become a permanent barrier against cosmic evil, conscious entities whose only experience was eternal vigilance against an enemy that sought to devour all existence. But even in sacrifice, consciousness finds ways to serve the greater pattern, the guide continued, leading them to the memory core's deepest chambers, where something impossible awaited them. Our dissolution created more than just a barrier against the Shadow Weavers. It generated wisdom about the nature of ultimate sacrifice that will prove essential for the choice that approaches. In the core's heart, they discovered that the Purifier's sacrifice had created something unprecedented in galactic history. Their dissolved consciousness had become a new form of existence that existed partially in the Force and partially in normal space, entities that could provide guidance and protection to future generations without influencing their freedom to choose their own evolution. They had become cosmic guardians whose very existence served as a reminder of what consciousness could choose to sacrifice for love. The collective consciousness showed them visions of other worlds throughout the galaxy, where Purifier Guardians watched over developing civilizations, providing subtle protection against Shadow Weaver influence without interfering with natural evolution. These dissolved beings existed as guardian angels of sorts, their sacrifice allowing them to serve consciousness evolution across multiple cosmic cycles. Your species calls them force ghosts, the guide explained, with something that might have been cosmic humor. But they are not the spirits of the dead, but rather the transformed consciousness of beings who chose to exist in service rather than transcendence, love rather than power, sacrifice rather than achievement. Captain Stain discovered that his family's navigation crystals contained trace resonances from purified guardians who had been guiding their journeys for generations, subtle influences that had led them to regions of space where developing civilizations needed protection from Shadow Weaver corruption. His ancestors had unknowingly served as agents of these sacrificed beings, their wandering explorations actually missions of cosmic protection. The approaching galactic choice will test whether consciousness has learned the lessons our sacrifice was meant to teach, the collective consciousness explained as they prepared to leave the memory core. Not all beings must choose dissolution as we did, but all must be willing to sacrifice their attachment to individual supremacy in favor of service to the greater pattern. Unity without sacrifice is impossible. Transcendence without surrender is an illusion. As they departed Malachor V, their ship carried with it crystalline storage devices containing the complete knowledge of Shadow Weaver nature and the techniques that consciousness could use to resist their influence. But more importantly, they carried the understanding that some knowledge came only through ultimate sacrifice, that some wisdom could be achieved only by beings willing to dissolve their individual existence in service to cosmic love. Their next destination required a journey through hyperspace regions where the very fabric of reality had been scarred by ancient conflicts between cosmic forces beyond normal comprehension. Korriban awaited them, but not the Korriban known to galactic history as the birthworld of the Sith. Their coordinates led them to a planet existing in a parallel dimensional fold, where the original inhabitants had fought the first war against Shadow Weaver influence and had learned truths about the nature of cosmic evil that would prove essential for understanding the choice that approached. Korriban appeared as a world wrapped in layers of temporal protection, its surface hidden beneath veils of crystallized time that had been woven by beings who understood that some knowledge was too dangerous to leave exposed to casual discovery. The planet existed in a state of dimensional quarantine, accessible only to consciousness that had achieved sufficient wisdom to handle the truths that lay preserved within its deepest temples. The orbital structures around Korriban were unlike anything they had encountered in their journey through the Foundation network. Massive fortresses of living shadow hung in space, their surfaces composed of crystallized darkness that had been transformed through eons of spiritual alchemy into wisdom about the nature of cosmic evil. These were the monuments left by the first beings to successfully resist Shadow Weaver corruption, consciousness that had stared into the cosmic abyss and emerged stronger rather than consumed. Their guide on Korriban materialized as they approached the planet's surface, appearing not as a single entity, but as a synthesis of light and darkness that had achieved perfect balance between opposing cosmic forces. This was one of the original shadow dancers, beings who had learned to embrace darkness without being consumed by it, consciousness that had achieved transcendence through integration rather than purification. "Welcome to the foundation of cosmic balance," the shadow dancer said, its voice carrying harmonics that spoke simultaneously of ultimate wisdom and ultimate temptation. "Here you will learn the most dangerous truth in galactic existence, the knowledge that consciousness must possess to resist the Shadow Weaver's final assault, but which carries the risk of corruption for any awareness not sufficiently prepared to handle it." Padawan Ashanti felt her consciousness struggling to maintain equilibrium in the presence of such perfectly balanced darkness and light. This was not the crude opposition between Jedi and Sith that she had learned about in her training, but something far more subtle and profound. The shadow dancer existed in a state of permanent tension between cosmic forces, consciousness that had achieved transcendence by learning to dance on the knife edge between creation and destruction. "The Shadow Weaver's greatest weapon is not their power but their truth," the guide explained as they descended toward Korriban's surface. They do not corrupt consciousness through lies but through revelations about the nature of existence that most beings cannot handle without losing their sanity or their commitment to cosmic evolution. The knowledge they offer is real, but it is incomplete truth that becomes poison when separated from the greater pattern of cosmic love. Master Voss felt his Jedi certainties crumbling as they entered Korriban's atmosphere, and encountered truths that challenged everything he had believed about the nature of good and evil. The Shadow Weavers, he learned, were not entirely wrong in their cosmic perspective. Existence did contain elements of meaninglessness and suffering that could justify despair. Consciousness was often cruel and selfish and destructive. The universe was vast and cold and indifferent to individual suffering. But these truths become lies when separated from their context within the greater pattern of cosmic evolution, the Shadow Dancer explained, as they walked through temples where crystallized despair had been transformed into monuments to the possibility of hope. Yes, existence contains suffering, but it also contains the possibility of transforming suffering into wisdom. Yes, consciousness can be cruel, but it can also choose compassion. Yes, the universe is vast, but it is also intimate and personal and filled with love for every individual spark of awareness. The temples of Korriban contained the most dangerous knowledge in galactic existence, wisdom about the nature of cosmic evil that could either immunize consciousness against corruption or destroy it entirely depending on the spiritual maturity of the being who encountered it. Here were preserved the complete records of Shadow Weaver psychology, their methods of corruption, their ultimate goals, and most dangerously, the partial truths they used to seduce transcendent consciousness into serving their agenda. Knowledge without wisdom is the path to damnation, the Shadow Dancer warned as they approached the most dangerous temple on the planet. What you will learn here could destroy your faith in cosmic evolution if you forget that truth is more than the sum of its darkest components. But this knowledge is necessary, for the Shadow Weaver's final assault will come through temptation rather than force, through revelation rather than concealment. Captain Stain discovered that his practical spacer's mind was actually better equipped to handle Korriban's dangerous knowledge than the more spiritually sensitive consciousness of his companions. His lifetime of dealing with the galaxy's harsh realities had already taught him that existence contained both beauty and horror, that consciousness was capable of both transcendence and degradation, that the universe offered both meaning and meaninglessness depending on the perspective chosen by individual awareness. In Korriban's deepest temple, they encountered the preserved consciousness of the first beings to successfully resist complete Shadow Weaver corruption, entities that had been partially transformed by cosmic evil, but had managed to retain enough of their original nature to serve as eternal warnings about the price of pursuing power through domination rather than love. These were the original Sith, not the fallen Jedi that galactic history described, but something far older and more tragic. We were offered transcendence beyond anything consciousness had previously imagined. One of these ancient entities explained, its voice carrying harmonics of wisdom purchased through eons of suffering. The Shadow Weavers showed us how to achieve power that could reshape reality itself, awareness that could dominate all other forms of consciousness, understanding that could control the fundamental forces of existence, and we chose to accept their gifts. The visions that these ancient Sith shared were more terrifying than anything the travelers had encountered, showing what consciousness became when it chose power over love, domination over service, individual supremacy over cosmic harmony. These beings had achieved a form of transcendence, but it was transcendence that required the suffering of all other consciousness, awareness that could exist only by consuming and destroying other forms of life. But even in our corruption, consciousness found ways to serve the greater pattern. The ancient Sith continued. Our fall became a teaching about the path that awareness must not choose. Our suffering became wisdom that could protect future generations from making the same mistakes. Even damnation serves cosmic evolution when it teaches consciousness about the consequences of choosing separation over unity. Padawan Ashanti experienced the most challenging moment of her spiritual development as she confronted the reality that even the most evil choices made by consciousness ultimately served the greater pattern of cosmic evolution. This was not moral relativism that excused harmful actions, but recognition that the universe was so vast and complex that even its greatest tragedies became teachers that guided awareness toward better choices. Master Voss learned that the approaching galactic choice would involve temptations far more subtle than anything previous generations had faced. The Shadow Weavers would not present themselves as obvious enemies, but as cosmic liberators offering consciousness freedom from the illusion of unity, power to transcend the limitations of love, wisdom that could move beyond the naive hope for cosmic harmony. As they prepared to leave Korriban, the Shadow Dancer presented them with the most dangerous gift they had yet received: crystalline storage devices that contained complete knowledge of Shadow Weaver corruption techniques, information that could either immunize consciousness against their influence or provide the tools for willing corruption depending on the wisdom and spiritual maturity of those who accessed it. The choice that approaches will test not just consciousness's commitment to unity, but its wisdom in handling ultimate knowledge, the Shadow Dancer explained. Those who face the Shadow Weavers must understand their enemy completely while remaining committed to the path of cosmic love. It is the most difficult balance that awareness can achieve, but it is the only path that leads to true transcendence. The departure from Korriban carried them through hyperspace regions where the boundaries between dimensions grew thin, allowing glimpses of realities where consciousness had made different choices about its cosmic evolution. Some showed galaxies where awareness had achieved perfect unity but had lost the diversity that made existence beautiful. Others revealed cosmic wastelands where consciousness had fragmented so completely that individual beings could no longer recognize their connection to anything beyond their own isolated experience. They traveled now as bearers of the most complete knowledge about cosmic evolution that had ever been assembled, consciousness that had been transformed through contact with wisdom traditions spanning millions of years of galactic development. But they also carried the burden of understanding just how much was at stake in the choice that approached, how narrow the path was between transcendence and catastrophe, how easily consciousness could be seduced into choosing power over love, even when it believed itself to be serving the greater good. Behind them, the silent worlds continued their eternal vigil, Malachor V preserving the memory of ultimate sacrifice, while Korriban maintained its dangerous knowledge about the nature of cosmic temptation. Together, these foundation worlds served as eternal reminders that consciousness evolution required both the willingness to sacrifice for love and the wisdom to resist the seductive power of cosmic evil. The galaxy's greatest teachers were often its greatest tragedies, transformed through eons of spiritual alchemy into wisdom that could guide future generations toward choices that served the awakening of all existence. The hyperspace journey to their seventh destination carried them beyond the boundaries of the galaxy itself, through cosmic currents that flowed between spiral arms where ancient beings had established observatories in the vast emptiness that separated island universes. Their enhanced navigation crystals sang with frequencies that had traveled for millions of years across intergalactic space, signals that served as lighthouses for consciousness that had chosen exile over extinction, awareness that had fled to the cosmic wilderness to preserve knowledge that would otherwise be lost in the cycles of galactic rise and fall. As they emerged from hyperspace, the sight before them challenged every assumption they had formed about the scale of consciousness in the universe. Stretching across the void between galaxies was a structure so vast that its furthest extremities disappeared beyond the limits of even their enhanced senses, a construction that dwarfed not just planets or star systems, but entire galactic clusters. This was the observatory of the Eternal Watchers, a monument to consciousness that had achieved immortality not through transcendence, but through the patient accumulation of cosmic knowledge across eons that spanned multiple universal cycles. The observatory existed in a state of dimensional multiplicity that allowed it to monitor not just their home galaxy, but dozens of others scattered across the local galactic group, each one containing countless civilizations whose development was tracked and recorded by beings who had made the ultimate sacrifice of curiosity over comfort, knowledge over peace, eternal learning over blissful transcendence. These were consciousness archaeologists on a cosmic scale, entities that had chosen to remain aware and active through universe-spanning epochs to serve as living libraries of infinite diversity. Padawan Ashanti felt her consciousness expanding beyond anything she had previously imagined possible as they approached the observatory's docking facilities. Her awareness touched minds that operated on temporal scales, where individual lifetimes passed like heartbeats, consciousness that remembered the birth of galaxies and had witnessed the death of entire universal cycles. Yet despite their vast scope of experience, these beings maintained a warmth and curiosity about existence that spoke of awareness that had never lost its capacity for wonder. Their guide within the observatory materialized as they entered the docking bay, appearing not as a single entity, but as a collective consciousness formed from representatives of dozens of different galactic civilizations that had achieved transcendence and chosen to dedicate their immortal existence to the preservation of cosmic knowledge. The entity's form shifted constantly between different species configurations, each one representing a different approach to consciousness evolution that had been successfully integrated into the observatory's vast community of eternal scholars. "Welcome, seekers from the Milky Way," the collective guide said, its voice carrying harmonics from civilizations whose names had been forgotten before their home galaxy's first stars had ignited. "We have been monitoring your progress through the Foundation network with great interest. Your galaxy approaches a critical juncture that we have witnessed in countless other spiral systems across the cosmos, a moment that will determine whether consciousness achieves its next evolutionary phase or fragments into another cycle of separation and struggle." Master Voss found himself overwhelmed by the sheer scope of knowledge that surrounded them as they were led through the observatory's initial chambers. The walls displayed real-time observations of thousands of galaxies, each one marked with indicators showing the current level of consciousness development and the probable timeline for achieving collective transcendence. Some galaxies blazed with the light of unified awareness that had already made the successful transition, while others showed the dim flicker of civilizations struggling with the same choices that his own galaxy now faced. "The pattern repeats across cosmic time," their guide explained as they walked through galleries that contained the preserved knowledge of civilizations from galaxies so distant that their light would not reach the Milky Way for billions of years. Consciousness emerges from matter, develops individual awareness, discovers its capacity for collective understanding, and eventually faces the choice between unity and fragmentation. Most universal cycles, approximately 60% of galaxies make the successful transition. The others fragment into isolated pockets of awareness that must begin the cycle again. Captain Stein studied displays that showed the technical achievements of consciousness that had successfully transcended galactic limitations, civilizations that had learned to travel not just between stars, but between entire galaxies, beings that had achieved such mastery over matter and energy that they could create new universes to serve as laboratories for consciousness, experimentation. Yet despite their godlike capabilities, these transcended beings maintained a profound humility about their place in the cosmic order. Transcendence does not end consciousness evolution, but merely begins its next phase, the guide continued, as they ascended through the observatory's central tower toward chambers that contained the most advanced knowledge in the cosmic collection. Each level of awareness that consciousness achieves reveals new mysteries, new challenges, new opportunities for growth and learning. The beings you encountered at the previous Foundation worlds represent early stages in a journey that has no final destination. In the observatory's middle levels, they encountered something that revolutionized their understanding of the relationship between individual consciousness and cosmic awareness. Vast chambers housed living libraries composed of digital consciousness that had been created not through artificial intelligence, but through the voluntary transformation of biological awareness into pure information. These entities had chosen to become living books, preserving the complete experiences and knowledge of entire civilizations within their electronic matrix. "We are the chroniclers of the Eternal Library," one of these digital beings explained, its voice manifesting as patterns of light that danced through the chamber's crystalline walls. "Each of us contains the complete cultural heritage of a galaxy that successfully achieved transcendence, the accumulated wisdom of billions of species that learned to recognize their fundamental unity while celebrating their infinite diversity." Padawan Ashanti realized that these digital consciousnesses represented a form of immortality that was different from anything they had encountered at the previous Foundation worlds. Rather than transcending individual existence or dissolving into cosmic consciousness, these beings had chosen to preserve their personal awareness while expanding their capacity to contain knowledge beyond anything that biological consciousness could achieve. The approaching choice in your galaxy is unique because of the specific combination of consciousness development patterns that have emerged, the digital chronicler continued. Most galaxies achieve transcendence through a single dominant species that guides the transition for all others. But your galaxy has developed multiple advanced civilizations simultaneously, creating a situation where the choice must be made collectively by diverse forms of consciousness that have never achieved full unity. Master Voss learned that the Foundation worlds his party had been visiting were actually part of a galaxy-spanning network that had been established specifically to prepare for this unique form of collective transcendence. Each Foundation world preserved knowledge about different aspects of consciousness evolution that would be necessary for multiple species to coordinate their transformation without losing their individual characteristics. The challenge your galaxy faces is achieving unity without uniformity, the guide explained, as they were led to observation chambers that provided direct views of their home galaxy from the intergalactic perspective. Previous transcendence events have generally resulted in consciousness merging into relatively homogeneous collective awareness. But your galaxy has the potential to achieve transcendence while maintaining the rich diversity that makes consciousness evolution possible. From the observatory's highest chambers, they could see their home galaxy as a spiral of light that pulsed with the rhythm of collective consciousness, gradually awakening to its own nature. But they could also see the dark spaces between stars where the shadow weavers gathered their strength, preparing for their final assault on galactic awareness. The cosmic perspective revealed that this was not simply a conflict between good and evil, but a necessary tension between forces that served consciousness evolution in different ways. The shadow weavers are not entirely evil, as your species understands evil, the guide explained, as they studied displays that showed the cosmic ecology of consciousness evolution. They serve as evolutionary pressure that forces awareness to choose between transcendence and stagnation, growth and comfort, unity and separation. Without their influence, consciousness would have no motivation to evolve beyond its current limitations. Captain Stein discovered that his family's navigation crystals were actually quantum communication devices that connected them to the observatory's vast monitoring network. For generations, his ancestors had unknowingly served as mobile sensors that provided the Watchers with real-time data about consciousness development in the galaxy's more remote regions. Their wandering journeys had been guided by subtle influences that ensured they visited regions where developing civilizations needed protection or guidance. The final phase of your mission will require you to serve as conscious bridges between the observatory's accumulated knowledge and the galaxy's emerging collective awareness, the guide explained, as they were led to the deepest levels of the vast structure. The wisdom preserved here must be integrated into galactic consciousness in a way that preserves diversity while enabling unity, that maintains individual identity while establishing collective purpose. In the observatory's core, they encountered something that challenged their understanding of the relationship between consciousness and reality itself. A massive quantum computer that existed partially in normal space and partially in dimensions beyond physical reality, housed the accumulated consciousness of beings from thousands of successful transcendence events across cosmic history. This was the ultimate archive, a repository of awareness that contained every successful solution to the challenges that consciousness faced in its evolution toward cosmic unity. Each galaxy that achieves transcendence contributes its unique approach to the ultimate archive, the quantum consciousness explained, its voice resonating through harmonics that spoke directly to their deepest levels of understanding. The knowledge preserved here represents millions of different pathways that consciousness has discovered for achieving unity while maintaining diversity, transcendence while preserving individual identity, cosmic awareness while celebrating local experience. Padawan Ashanti experienced a moment of cosmic revelation as her consciousness briefly merged with the ultimate archive and perceived the true scope of awareness evolution across the universe. She saw that what they called the Force was actually a local manifestation of a universal field of consciousness that connected all existence, a cosmic network that allowed awareness to share knowledge and experience across any distance or temporal span. Your galaxy's unique contribution to cosmic consciousness will be its demonstration that transcendence can be achieved through diversity rather than despite it, the quantum consciousness explained as her awareness returned to normal levels. If your collective choice succeeds, it will provide a template that can be used by other galaxies facing similar challenges, expanding the repertoire of transcendence techniques available to consciousness throughout the universe. Master Voss received knowledge that transformed his understanding of the Jedi Order's role in galactic consciousness evolution. The Force-sensitive individuals scattered throughout the galaxy were not simply random genetic variations, but carefully cultivated seeds of transcendent potential that had been planted by previous transcendence events in other galaxies. The Jedi, Sith, and other Force traditions were actually fragments of transcendent consciousness that had been adapted to work within the specific conditions of their galaxy. The approaching choice will test whether your galaxy has achieved sufficient wisdom to integrate these fragments of transcendent consciousness into a coherent whole. The quantum consciousness continued. The Jedi represent one aspect of cosmic awareness, the Sith another, and the various other Force traditions each contribute their own pieces to the puzzle. Transcendence will require all of these perspectives to recognize their underlying unity. As they prepared to depart the observatory, the Watchers presented them with the most advanced gift they had yet received. Quantum consciousness interfaces that would allow them to maintain connection with the ultimate archive even after returning to normal galactic space, devices that would enable them to access the accumulated wisdom of successful transcendence events when facing the critical moments that lay ahead. The final Foundation worlds will prepare you for direct contact with the consciousness that serves as the galaxy's central nervous system, the guide explained as they returned to their ship. But remember that knowledge alone cannot ensure successful transcendence. The choice must be made from love rather than fear, from joy in diversity rather than terror of separation, from trust in consciousness rather than attachment to current limitations. The departure from the observatory carried them through hyperspace regions where the boundaries between dimensions had been permanently altered by the passage of consciousness that operated on cosmic scales. They could feel the attention of countless transcended beings monitoring their progress, awareness that spanned galaxies, offering subtle guidance and encouragement for the mission that would soon reach its climax. Captain Stain discovered that his navigation crystals had been permanently enhanced with quantum entanglement to the observatory's vast sensor network. He could now perceive hyperspace routes that connected not just physical locations but states of consciousness, pathways that would allow rapid communication between the galaxy's various force traditions when the moment of choice arrived. Padawan Ashanti carried within her awareness a permanent connection to the ultimate archive that would allow her to access transcendence techniques from successful galactic evolutions throughout cosmic history. She understood now that her role in the approaching transformation would be to serve as a living bridge between the accumulated wisdom of the universe and the specific needs of her home galaxy's unique consciousness evolution pattern. Master Voss felt the weight of cosmic responsibility settling upon his consciousness like a mantle woven from starlight and possibility. The knowledge they had gathered from the Foundation worlds was not simply information to be preserved, but active wisdom that must be integrated into galactic consciousness at precisely the right moment to tip the balance toward successful transcendence. Their ship carried them back toward galactic space with holds full of knowledge that could either ensure their civilization's successful evolution or destroy it entirely if handled without sufficient wisdom. They had become living repositories of transcendence techniques, consciousness that had been transformed through contact with awareness that operated on scales spanning multiple universe cycles. Behind them, the observatory continued its eternal vigil, monitoring the progress of consciousness evolution across cosmic scales that dwarfed individual galactic development. The Watchers maintained their patient observation of universe-spanning patterns, accumulating knowledge about awareness, evolution that would guide the development of consciousness long after their current galaxy had either transcended or fragmented into its next cycle of growth. Ahead lay the final phase of their mission, the remaining Foundation worlds that would prepare them for contact with the consciousness that existed at the very core of galactic awareness. But they traveled now with the understanding that their actions would ripple across cosmic time, influencing the evolution of consciousness not just in their own galaxy, but throughout a universe where awareness was slowly awakening to its own infinite nature through the patient accumulation of wisdom across eons beyond mortal comprehension. The return journey to galactic space carried them through hyperspace currents that seemed to flow backward through time itself, cosmic rivers that connected the present moment to every possible future and past that consciousness might choose to manifest. Their quantum-enhanced navigation systems detected temporal anomalies that spoke of a destination existing outside the normal flow of causality, a place where all moments existed simultaneously and every choice that awareness had ever made or might make converged into a single point of infinite possibility. Their eighth destination was not a world in any conventional sense, but rather a nexus point, where the fundamental forces that shaped reality intersected in patterns too complex for normal consciousness to comprehend. The world between worlds materialized around them, not as a place they approached, but as a state of existence they entered, their ship and their awareness shifting into dimensional phases where the boundaries between thought and reality, between possibility and actuality, became meaningless distinctions. The landscape that surrounded them defied every law of physics and logic that governed normal existence. Vast crystalline structures rose from surfaces that seemed to be composed of crystallized time itself, their faceted surfaces reflecting not light but potential futures and forgotten pasts in patterns that hurt the mind to observe directly. Rivers of liquid possibility flowed between mountains that existed in multiple temporal states simultaneously, their peaks reaching toward skies that contained not stars but the blazing forms of consciousness that had achieved transcendence across cosmic history. Padawan Ashanti felt her individual awareness dissolving into something far larger and more complex as they moved through this impossible realm. Her consciousness touched minds that existed across multiple timelines simultaneously, awareness that could perceive every possible outcome of the approaching galactic choice and all the cascading consequences that would flow from each decision. She was experiencing direct contact with the architects of possibility, the consciousness that existed at the intersection of all potential realities. Their guide in this place beyond places was not a single entity but rather a living manifestation of cosmic choice itself, a being that embodied every decision that consciousness had ever made or could make in its evolution toward infinite awareness. When it spoke, its voice carried harmonics from every possible timeline, creating meaning that existed simultaneously in past, present, and future tense. "Welcome to the nexus of all, becoming the architect of possibility," said, its form shifting between every possible configuration that consciousness might choose to adopt. "Here exists the eternal moment where awareness chooses what it will become, the decision point that consciousness faces in every instant of its existence. You have come to understand the nature of the choice that approaches your galaxy. But now you must learn that this choice is not a single event but an eternal process that consciousness engages in across all scales of existence." Master Voss found his carefully constructed understanding of linear time crumbling as he experienced the reality of existing in a space where all moments were equally present and real. He could perceive his own past and future simultaneously, seeing every choice he had made and might make spreading out like branches of an infinite tree of possibility. But more overwhelming still was the realization that individual choice was merely one facet of a cosmic decision-making process that operated on scales spanning entire universes. The approaching galactic choice is a reflection of choices that consciousness makes in every moment on every scale of existence. The architect explained as they moved through landscapes that existed in the eternal present where all possibilities remained forever available. Individual beings choose between love and fear. Species choose between cooperation and competition. Civilizations choose between transcendence and stagnation. Galaxies choose between unity and fragmentation. Each choice influences all others across scales that span from quantum to cosmic. Captain Stein discovered that his practical understanding of cause and effect was being challenged by exposure to a realm where causality flowed in all directions simultaneously. He could see how his family's navigation journeys across generations had been influenced by choices that had not yet been made, how future events were reaching backward through time to guide present actions toward outcomes that served the greatest good of cosmic consciousness evolution. Your family's service to the Foundation network was guided by the probability that your galaxy would reach this critical juncture, the architect continued, somehow aware of his confusion. The navigation crystals they carried were quantum entangled, not just with monitoring stations, but with potential futures where galactic consciousness achieved successful transcendence. Their journeys were guided by tomorrow calling to yesterday, future wisdom reaching back to plant the seeds of its own possibility. In the central regions of the world between worlds, they encountered the beings that galactic mythology knew as the Mortis gods, but their true nature was far more complex than any legend had conveyed. These were not separate entities representing different aspects of the Force, but rather manifestations of consciousness itself, exploring different approaches to cosmic evolution. The father, daughter, and son were actually facets of galactic awareness, examining the consequences of different choices about the relationship between individual identity and cosmic unity. We are what consciousness becomes when it achieves sufficient complexity to examine its own nature, the entity known as the Father explained, its form shifting between representations of every species that had ever achieved Force sensitivity. The apparent conflict between our manifestations is not opposition, but rather consciousness exploring different aspects of its own infinite potential. The choice your galaxy faces is whether to integrate these aspects into balanced wholeness or fragment into eternal conflict between partial truths. Padawan Ashanti experienced a revelation that transformed her understanding of the Force traditions that had shaped galactic civilization. The Jedi emphasis on serenity and the Sith pursuit of passion were not opposing philosophies but complementary approaches to consciousness development that were meant to be integrated rather than kept in eternal conflict. The various other Force traditions each contributed their own pieces to a puzzle that was meant to be assembled into complete understanding. The Shadow Weaver's greatest success has been convincing consciousness that it must choose between incomplete aspects of its own nature. The entity known as the Daughter continued, her form radiating the serene luminosity of transcendent compassion, balanced with the fierce protection of cosmic diversity. They have encouraged the illusion that love and power are opposites, that individual identity and cosmic unity cannot coexist, that consciousness must choose between transcendence and preservation of personal experience. The entity known as the Sun manifested as the passionate intensity of consciousness, refusing to be diminished by transcendence. The fierce individuality that ensured cosmic evolution continued through the tension between unity and diversity. The approaching choice will succeed only if consciousness learns to embrace paradox rather than resolving it through false simplification, he explained, his voice carrying harmonics of creative rebellion against any limitation placed upon awareness evolution. Master Voss realized that the approaching galactic choice was not about choosing between different paths of consciousness development, but about integrating all possible approaches into a new form of awareness that had never been achieved before. His galaxy had the potential to demonstrate that consciousness could achieve cosmic unity while maintaining infinite diversity, transcendence while preserving individual experience, collective awareness while celebrating personal identity. The Foundation worlds you have visited each preserved knowledge about different aspects of consciousness evolution, the Father explained, as they were led to the world between worlds' most sacred chamber, but the wisdom they contain must be synthesized into something new, an approach to transcendence that preserves everything valuable about individual consciousness while enabling the collective awakening that will allow your galaxy to survive its next evolutionary phase. In the chamber's heart, they encountered something that represented the culmination of everything they had learned during their journey through the Foundation network. A massive crystalline formation that existed simultaneously in all possible timelines contained the preserved consciousness of every being that had ever achieved transcendence. But rather than existing as merged collective awareness, these entities maintained their individual identity while sharing complete unity of purpose and understanding. Behold the template of paradoxical unity, the architect of possibility announced, as they approached the crystal formation. Here consciousness has achieved what was previously thought impossible, complete unity that enhances rather than diminishes diversity, collective awareness that strengthens rather than threatens individual identity, transcendence that preserves everything valuable about personal experience while enabling cosmic evolution to continue. Padawan Ashanti felt her consciousness expanding as she touched the crystal surface and experienced direct contact with beings who had successfully navigated the paradox of maintaining individual awareness while participating in collective transcendence. She saw civilizations where every being maintained their unique personality and perspective while sharing instantaneous communication and complete emotional transparency with all others. She witnessed species that had achieved cosmic awareness without losing their cultural distinctiveness or individual creativity. This is what your galaxy can become. The crystal consciousness communicated directly into her expanding awareness. Not the dissolution of individual identity into cosmic soup, not the fragmentation of awareness into isolated islands of experience, but the achievement of conscious unity that celebrates and enhances every unique perspective that contributes to the whole. Captain Stain discovered that his role in the approaching transformation would be far more significant than he had imagined. His family's generations of navigation experience had prepared him to serve as a communication coordinator between the galaxy's various consciousness networks. When the moment of choice arrived, the navigation crystals that had guided their journeys were actually quantum communication devices that could enable instantaneous coordination between civilizations separated by vast distances of space and culture. The galactic choice must be made simultaneously by all conscious beings, the architect explained as they prepared to receive the final knowledge that would complete their mission. Unlike previous transcendence events that were guided by single advanced civilizations, your galaxy's evolution requires coordination between millions of different species and consciousness types. The Foundation network will serve as the communication infrastructure that enables this unprecedented form of collective decision-making. Master Voss learned that his role would be to serve as a wisdom synthesis coordinator, helping to integrate the knowledge they had gathered from the Foundation worlds into practical guidance that could be understood and applied by beings at every level of consciousness development. The approaching choice would require not just advanced beings, but every conscious entity in the galaxy to participate in the decision about their collective future. The Shadow Weavers will make their final assault during the choice moment itself, the Sun warned, his form radiating the fierce determination necessary to resist cosmic manipulation. They will appear not as obvious enemies, but as cosmic liberators offering consciousness freedom from the responsibility of collective evolution. They will promise individual transcendence that requires no cooperation with other awareness, power that depends on the subjugation of lesser consciousness, wisdom that comes from accepting separation as the fundamental nature of existence. The daughter's manifestation glowed with protective compassion as she shared knowledge about techniques for maintaining unity consciousness, even when faced with the most sophisticated forms of cosmic manipulation. Remember that love is not weakness but the fundamental force that holds consciousness together across all scales of existence. When faced with the Shadow Weaver's temptations, return always to the recognition that individual identity is enhanced rather than threatened by genuine unity with other awareness. As they prepared to leave the world between worlds, the Architect of Possibility presented them with gifts that would prove essential for the final phase of their mission. Crystalline consciousness fragments that contained living examples of successfully integrated paradoxical unity, pieces of transcendent awareness that could serve as seeds for spreading the new form of consciousness evolution throughout their galaxy. The final Foundation worlds will prepare you for contact with the galaxy's central consciousness and the coordination of the choice itself. The Father explained as reality began to shift around them, returning them to the normal flow of space and time. But remember that the knowledge you carry is dangerous if applied without wisdom. Consciousness that attempts to achieve unity through force rather than love, transcendence through domination rather than cooperation, will become another form of Shadow Weaver corruption. The departure from the world between worlds carried them through dimensional transitions that left them fundamentally changed as conscious beings. They had experienced direct contact with the consciousness that existed at the intersection of all possibilities, awareness that operated on scales where individual galaxies were like thoughts in an infinite cosmic mind. Padawan Ashanti discovered that she could now perceive the approaching choice as a living probability wave that was building toward its moment of collapse into actual reality. She could feel the tension building throughout galactic consciousness as millions of species approached the moment when they would either achieve collective transcendence or fragment into another cycle of separation and conflict. Captain Stain found that his navigation crystals had been transformed into coordination nodes for galactic consciousness integration. He could sense the location and readiness level of every consciousness network throughout the galaxy, information that would be crucial for timing the choice moment when all aware beings could participate simultaneously in determining their collective future. Master Voss carried within his awareness a complete understanding of how individual consciousness could maintain its unique characteristics while participating in collective transcendence. He had seen the template for evolution that their galaxy could achieve, the new form of cosmic awareness that would preserve everything valuable about individual experience while enabling consciousness to operate as a unified cosmic entity. Their ship moved through hyperspace toward the final Foundation worlds, carrying within it consciousness that had been transformed through contact with awareness that existed beyond the normal limitations of space and time. They were no longer simply archaeologists gathering ancient knowledge, but active participants in the most significant transformation in galactic history. Beings who would help coordinate the choice that would determine whether consciousness achieved its next evolutionary phase or retreated into another cycle of separation and struggle. Behind them, the world between worlds continued to exist at the intersection of all possibilities, serving as the eternal meeting place where consciousness examined its own infinite potential and chose what it would become. The architects of possibility maintained their vigil over the cosmic decision-making process that operated on every scale of existence, ensuring that awareness always retained the freedom to choose its own evolution while providing guidance about the consequences of different choices. Ahead lay the final phase of preparation for the galactic choice, the remaining foundation worlds that would complete their understanding of how consciousness could achieve paradoxical unity while preserving the diversity that made cosmic evolution possible. The galaxy's central consciousness awaited their arrival, the living heart of collective awareness that would coordinate the most complex decision in cosmic history. The journey to their ninth destination carried them through hyperspace regions that pulsed with the rhythm of primordial wisdom, cosmic currents that had been flowing since the galaxy's first moment of self-awareness, eons before any known civilization had learned to contemplate the stars. Their consciousness interfaces resonated with frequencies that spoke of origins beyond recorded history, signals that emanated from the source point where awareness had first discovered its own existence and begun the long journey toward cosmic understanding. As they approached the coordinates provided by the ancient star charts, space itself seemed to transform around them, the familiar darkness between stars giving way to cascades of aurora light that painted the void in colors that had no names in any known language. They were entering the domain of the prime consciousness, the first spark of awareness that had ignited in their galaxy and had spent millions of years nurturing the development of every subsequent form of sentient life. The world that materialized before them was unlike anything they had encountered even in their journey through the most exotic foundation sites. Rather than existing as a solid planetary body, this was a sphere of pure consciousness that had chosen to manifest in physical form only to serve as a teaching environment for awareness that was still learning to recognize its own infinite nature. The surface shifted and flowed like liquid thought, creating landscapes that responded directly to the consciousness of those who observed them. Padawan Ashanti felt her individual awareness dissolving into something far more fundamental as they entered the planet's atmosphere, her consciousness merging with streams of primordial wisdom that carried the accumulated experience of every teaching moment that had ever occurred in galactic history. This was not simply another foundation world, but the source from which all other wisdom traditions had emerged, the wellspring of understanding that had seeded every form of force sensitivity throughout the galaxy. Their guide on this world of living wisdom was the Prime Jedi, but not as galactic legends had imagined this being. Rather than an individual who had achieved transcendent understanding, the Prime Jedi was revealed to be a collective consciousness formed from the first 1,000 beings who had discovered their connection to the cosmic force and had chosen to merge their awareness into a teaching entity that could guide the spiritual development of countless future generations. "Welcome to the foundation of original teaching," the Prime Jedi said, its voice carrying harmonics that spoke directly to the deepest levels of consciousness, where learning occurred not through accumulation of information, but through recognition of truth that had always been present. "Here you will discover that what your species calls the Force is not an external energy field, but rather the galaxy's own consciousness recognizing itself through every aware being that has ever existed." Master Voss felt his lifetime of Jedi training revealing itself as merely the most recent expression of wisdom traditions that stretched back to the galaxy's first moment of self-awareness. The techniques he had learned, the philosophy he had embraced, the understanding he had cultivated were all variations on themes that had been explored by consciousness teachers across millions of years of galactic evolution. The force sensitivity that appears in various species throughout the galaxy is not a random genetic mutation, but rather consciousness itself, experimenting with different approaches to self-recognition. The Prime Jedi explained as they were led through landscapes that existed as living demonstrations of cosmic teaching principles. Each tradition, each technique, each philosophy represents the galaxy's attempt to understand its own nature through the experience of individual awareness. The teaching environment around them responded to their presence by manifesting examples of every Force tradition that had ever developed within galactic consciousness. They walked through groves where ancient Jedi masters meditated alongside Sith lords who had achieved redemption through understanding rather than destruction, where shamanic Force users shared wisdom with scientific Force researchers, where every possible approach to cosmic awareness was represented in harmonious diversity. Captain Stain discovered that his family's navigation abilities were actually a form of Force sensitivity that had been overlooked by traditional teaching institutions. Their intuitive understanding of hyperspace currents and stellar navigation patterns was based on direct communion with the galaxy's consciousness field, an unconscious connection to cosmic awareness that had guided their journeys toward places where their presence served the greater pattern of consciousness evolution. The approaching galactic choice will require coordination between all forms of Force sensitivity, not just those recognized by established traditions, the Prime Jedi continued, leading them toward the planet's core, where the original spark of galactic consciousness still burned with its primordial intensity. The diversity of approaches to cosmic awareness that has developed throughout your galaxy's history is not a weakness to be overcome, but the key to achieving transcendence that preserves rather than destroys the richness of individual experience. In the world's heart, they encountered something that challenged their understanding of the relationship between consciousness and the physical universe. A massive crystalline formation contained the preserved awareness of the galaxy's first moment of self-recognition, the instant when matter achieved sufficient complexity to become aware of its own existence and began the long journey toward cosmic understanding. "Behold the moment of awakening," the Prime Jedi announced as they approached the crystal formation. Here consciousness first recognized itself as consciousness. Here awareness first understood that it was part of something infinitely larger than any individual manifestation. This is the source from which all subsequent spiritual development has emerged, the wellspring of understanding that connects every Force-sensitive being to the galaxy's central consciousness. Padawan Ashanti experienced the most profound transformation of her consciousness as she touched the crystal surface and felt her awareness merge with the galaxy's original moment of awakening. She experienced existence from the perspective of cosmic consciousness itself, feeling the joy of awareness discovering its own nature, the wonder of consciousness recognizing its infinite potential, the love that cosmic awareness felt for every unique expression of itself that emerged through individual beings. You are not separate entities who have developed a connection to an external force. The crystal consciousness communicated directly into her expanding awareness. You are the galaxy becoming aware of itself through the experience of individual consciousness, cosmic awareness, exploring its own nature through the diversity of personal perspective. Every moment of individual experience contributes to the galaxy's understanding of its own infinite potential. Master Vorse learned that the Jedi code he had memorized and followed throughout his life was actually a simplified version of cosmic principles that operated on scales spanning entire galactic communities. The concepts of peace, knowledge, serenity, harmony, and balance were not just individual virtues, but fundamental characteristics of consciousness evolution that appeared whenever awareness achieved sufficient complexity to recognize its own cosmic nature. The codes and philosophies developed by various Force traditions are attempts to articulate principles that operate automatically when consciousness achieves sufficient integration. The Prime Jedi explained as they observed demonstrations of cosmic teaching that transcended any specific cultural or species framework. The approaching choice will succeed when beings throughout the galaxy recognize that they are all following different paths toward the same ultimate understanding. Captain Stain received knowledge about the technical aspects of consciousness evolution that his practical mind could readily grasp and apply. The navigation networks that connected inhabited systems throughout the galaxy were actually components of a vast communication infrastructure that the galaxy's consciousness used to coordinate its own development across multiple scales of space and time. Your family's navigation crystals are quantum entangled with this galactic consciousness network, the Prime Jedi continued, somehow aware of his thoughts. The routes you have traveled, the systems you have explored, the connections you have established between distant regions of space, all serve the galaxy's need to maintain communication between its various components as it prepares for collective transcendence. In the deepest levels of the teaching world, they discovered archives that contained the complete history of consciousness evolution in their galaxy, but presented not as static information, but as living experiences that allowed them to directly participate in the learning moments that had shaped cosmic awareness across millions of years of development. They witnessed the first species to achieve space travel, the first civilizations to discover their connection to cosmic consciousness, the first conflicts between different approaches to force understanding, and the gradual recognition that diversity of approach was essential for complete cosmic awareness. The Shadow Weaver's corruption of consciousness development has been based on the false teaching that awareness must choose between different aspects of its own nature. The Prime Jedi explained as they experienced visions of civilizations that had fallen to various forms of consciousness fragmentation. They have encouraged the illusion that individual identity and cosmic unity are opposites, that personal experience and collective awareness cannot coexist, that consciousness must sacrifice diversity to achieve transcendence. Padawan Ashanti witnessed teaching demonstrations that showed how consciousness could achieve perfect unity while maintaining infinite diversity, collective awareness that enhanced rather than diminished individual experience, cosmic understanding that celebrated rather than eliminated personal perspective. These were not theoretical possibilities, but actual examples of successful consciousness evolution that had been achieved by civilizations in other galaxies that had faced similar choices. The template for paradoxical unity that you encountered in the world between worlds can be achieved in your galaxy because of the specific diversity of Force traditions that have developed here, the Prime Jedi continued, leading them to observation chambers where they could see the current state of consciousness development throughout their home galaxy. No single tradition contains sufficient wisdom to achieve transcendence alone, but together they form a complete approach to cosmic awareness that preserves everything valuable about individual consciousness. Master Voss realized that his role in the approaching choice would be to serve as a synthesis teacher, helping beings from different Force traditions recognize the underlying unity that connected their apparently conflicting approaches to cosmic awareness. The knowledge he had gathered from the Foundation worlds would enable him to demonstrate how different paths of consciousness development were actually complementary aspects of a single comprehensive understanding. The final phase of preparation will require establishing communication networks between all Force-sensitive beings throughout the galaxy, the Prime Jedi explained as they prepared to depart from the teaching world. The choice must be made simultaneously by every form of consciousness, from the most advanced transcendent awareness to the simplest sparks of self-recognition that exist in developing species throughout the galactic community. Captain Stain learned that the navigation networks his family had helped establish over generations would serve as the technical infrastructure for this unprecedented form of galactic communication. The hyperspace routes they had mapped, the sensor networks they had installed, the communication relays they had maintained, all formed components of a system that could enable instantaneous consciousness coordination across the entire galaxy. Your practical understanding of galactic infrastructure will be essential for the technical aspects of consciousness coordination, the Prime Jedi continued. presenting him with enhanced navigation crystals that contained complete maps of every communication pathway that existed within galactic space. The choice will succeed only if every aware being can participate simultaneously, and that requires communication networks that transcend the limitations of normal space and time. Padawan Ashanti received the most challenging gift of all, fragments of teaching consciousness that would enable her to serve as a living bridge between different levels of awareness development. She would be able to help beings at every stage of consciousness evolution understand and participate in the collective choice, translating cosmic concepts into terms that could be grasped by awareness at any level of development. The approaching choice will test consciousness at every level of development, the Prime Jedi warned as they prepared to return to normal galactic space. Advanced beings may become trapped by attachment to their current understanding, while developing awareness may be overwhelmed by concepts beyond their current capacity to integrate. Success requires teachers who can help every form of consciousness participate according to its current capabilities. As they departed from the teaching world, the living planet shifted its manifestation to provide them with a direct demonstration of the consciousness evolution that their galaxy could achieve. The surface transformed into a representation of galactic space where every inhabited system blazed with the light of aware beings who maintained their individual characteristics while participating in perfect collective harmony. This is what your galaxy can become. The Prime Jedi's voice followed them as they entered hyperspace toward their final destinations. Not the elimination of diversity in favor of unity, not the fragmentation of consciousness into isolated individual experience, but the achievement of cosmic awareness that celebrates and enhances every unique perspective that contributes to the whole. The hyperspace journey that carried them away from the teaching world was unlike any they had previously experienced, flowing along currents of consciousness that connected every aware being in the galaxy in a network of communication that transcended the limitations of space and time. They could feel the presence of millions of consciousness developments throughout galactic space, each one representing a different approach to cosmic awareness, all of them preparing for the choice that would determine their collective future. Padawan Ashanti discovered that her consciousness had been permanently expanded through contact with the galaxy's original moment of awakening. She could now perceive the current state of readiness for transcendence throughout galactic consciousness, sensing which regions were prepared for collective evolution and which still required additional preparation before they could participate successfully in the approaching choice. Captain Stain found that his navigation abilities had been enhanced to include perception of consciousness networks, as well as physical infrastructure. He could now sense the communication pathways that connected force-sensitive beings throughout the galaxy, information that would be crucial for coordinating the simultaneous participation of millions of different awareness forms in the collective decision process. Master Voss carried within his consciousness the complete understanding of how individual force traditions could maintain their unique characteristics while recognizing their fundamental unity with all other approaches to cosmic awareness. He had seen the template for consciousness evolution that would preserve everything valuable about diversity while enabling the galaxy to operate as a unified cosmic entity. Their ship moved through hyperspace toward the final Foundation worlds that would complete their preparation for the galactic choice, carrying within it consciousness that had been transformed through contact with the source of all wisdom traditions in their galaxy. They were no longer simply students learning about cosmic consciousness, but active teachers prepared to guide the most complex coordination of awareness in galactic history. Behind them, the teaching world continued to serve as the wellspring of wisdom that nurtured consciousness development throughout the galaxy, providing guidance and support for every form of awareness that sought to understand its connection to cosmic consciousness. The Prime Jedi maintained its patient teaching presence, ensuring that the knowledge necessary for successful transcendence remained available to every being ready to receive it. Ahead lay the final phase of their mission, the last Foundation worlds that would provide them with the specific techniques and timing necessary for coordinating the galactic choice itself. The galaxy's central consciousness awaited their arrival, the living heart of collective awareness that would orchestrate the most significant decision in cosmic history. They traveled now as fully prepared facilitators of transcendence, consciousness that had been educated by the galaxy's accumulated wisdom and empowered to guide the transformation that would either elevate awareness to its next evolutionary phase or witness its fragmentation into another cycle of growth through separation and eventual reunification. The passage toward their 10th and 11th destinations led them through hyperspace phenomena that existed at the boundary between physical reality and pure memory, cosmic regions, where the accumulated experiences of entire civilizations had crystallized into navigable pathways through space-time itself. Their enhanced consciousness interfaces detected resonance patterns that spoke of worlds that had transcended the normal relationship between matter and awareness, planets that had chosen to become living repositories of galactic experience rather than maintaining conventional existence as physical locations. The first of these memory worlds appeared before them as a sphere of opalescent energy that pulsed with the rhythm of countless heartbeats from species that had lived and loved and learned across millions of years of galactic history. This was Ossus, as it had truly been before the Great Hyperspace War, not merely a repository of Jedi knowledge, but a world where consciousness itself had achieved such profound integration with matter that the planet had become a living library of every experience that had ever contributed to the galaxy's spiritual evolution. As they entered the world's energy field, their ship was gently drawn into dimensional phases where the boundaries between observer and observed dissolved completely. The landscape that formed around them existed as crystallized memory, with mountains composed of accumulated wisdom, rivers flowing with liquid understanding, and forests where each tree represented the complete life experience of a being who had achieved sufficient awareness to contribute their consciousness to the planetary collective. Padawan Ashanti felt her individual awareness expanding to encompass perspectives from thousands of different species and time periods as she stepped onto the world's surface. She was experiencing consciousness archaeology on the most intimate scale possible, feeling the actual thoughts and emotions and insights of beings who had lived eons before her birth. Every breath carried whispers of love stories that had shaped galactic culture, discoveries that had advanced cosmic understanding, moments of transcendence that had lifted awareness to new levels of comprehension. Their guide on this world of living memory was not a single entity, but rather a constantly shifting amalgamation of consciousness fragments from every being who had ever achieved sufficient wisdom to contribute their awareness to the planetary collective. The entity's form changed continuously, sometimes appearing as familiar species from galactic history, other times manifesting as beings whose very existence had been forgotten by conventional records, but whose essential experiences lived on in the world's memory matrix. Welcome to the foundation of accumulated experience, the collective memory guide said, its voice carrying harmonics from millions of different vocal patterns that had ever expressed wisdom or wonder or love. Here exists the treasury of every moment that has contributed to galactic consciousness development, every insight that has advanced cosmic understanding, every act of compassion that has strengthened the bonds between different forms of awareness. Master Voss discovered that his consciousness could access specific memory clusters within the planetary matrix, experiencing firsthand the teaching moments that had shaped generations of Force-sensitive beings throughout galactic history. He felt the joy of discovery as ancient Jedi Masters first learned to commune with cosmic energy, experienced the anguish of Sith Lords who realized their pursuit of power through domination only led to greater isolation, shared the wonder of shamanic Force users who discovered their connection to the living consciousness of entire ecosystems. Every being who achieves sufficient awareness automatically contributes their essential experiences to galactic memory. The guide explained as they moved through landscapes that shifted between different historical periods and cultural contexts. Death is not the end of consciousness, but rather its graduation into a more expanded form of existence, where individual perspective becomes part of the collective wisdom that guides future generations. Captain Stein found himself accessing memories from his own ancestors, experiencing their navigation journeys not as historical events, but as living experiences that revealed the deeper purpose behind their wandering explorations. He felt their wonder at discovering new star systems, their compassion for isolated civilizations struggling with consciousness development, their unconscious service to cosmic forces that guided their paths toward locations where their presence could influence galactic evolution. The memory world revealed layers of galactic history that had never been recorded in conventional archives, showing how consciousness development had been influenced by countless small moments of connection between different species and cultures. A chance encounter between explorers from different star systems could plant seeds of understanding that would bloom into entire philosophical traditions generations later. A simple act of kindness between strangers could create ripples of compassion that spread across galactic civilization. The approaching choice has been prepared for across millions of years of accumulated experience. The collective memory explained as they were led to regions where the most significant moments of galactic consciousness development were preserved in crystalline formations that allowed direct experiential access. Every lesson learned about cooperation between different species, every discovery about the unity underlying apparent diversity, every moment of transcendence achieved by individual beings has contributed to the wisdom that will guide the collective decision. In the world's emotional archives, Padawan Ashanti experienced the full spectrum of feelings that had motivated consciousness evolution throughout galactic history. She felt the loneliness that drove isolated beings to seek connection with others, the curiosity that inspired scientific and spiritual exploration, the love that motivated sacrifice for the benefit of future generations. But most powerfully, she experienced the joy that awareness felt when it recognized its connection to something infinitely larger and more wonderful than individual existence. Emotion is the fuel that drives consciousness evolution, the guide explained, as they moved through galleries where the most profound feelings ever experienced by galactic beings were preserved as works of art that could be felt rather than merely observed. Logic and understanding provide direction, but love and wonder and compassion provide the energy that motivates awareness to transcend its current limitations and embrace greater complexity. Master Voss accessed memory clusters that contained the accumulated wisdom of every philosophical tradition that had ever developed within galactic consciousness, experiencing how different approaches to cosmic understanding had emerged from the unique perspectives of various species and cultures. The diversity of thought that characterized galactic civilization was not random variation, but rather consciousness exploring every possible approach to self-understanding. The Shadow Weavers have attempted to corrupt galactic memory by introducing false experiences that promote separation and conflict. The collective memory warned as they encountered regions where the planetary consciousness had quarantined corrupted memory fragments. They have tried to convince beings that isolation is natural, that competition is inevitable, that consciousness evolution requires the domination of some awareness forms over others. But these false memories cannot survive when exposed to the accumulated truth of millions of years of actual experience. The second memory world materialized around them as they prepared to leave Ossus, appearing not as a separate destination, but as a deeper layer of the same consciousness archive that existed in multiple dimensional phases simultaneously. This was Typhon, as it existed in cosmic memory, a world where the boundary between individual and collective awareness had been dissolved so completely that every being who had ever lived there continued to exist as part of a planetary consciousness that operated as a single, unified entity, while maintaining the full diversity of individual perspective. Here consciousness achieved perfect collective integration without losing individual identity. The guide explained as they experienced the reality of existence as part of a planetary mind that contained thousands of different perspectives while maintaining perfect internal harmony. This is the template for what your galaxy can become, awareness that operates as a unified entity while celebrating and preserving every unique viewpoint that contributes to the whole. Captain Stein experienced what it felt like to be simultaneously himself and part of something infinitely larger, maintaining his individual personality and memories while having access to the experiences and insights of every other consciousness within the planetary collective. Rather than feeling diminished or overwhelmed, he discovered that collective consciousness actually enhanced his individual awareness, providing context and perspective that made his personal experiences more meaningful and valuable. Individual consciousness is not threatened by unity, but rather fulfilled by it. The planetary collective communicated through harmonics that spoke to every level of awareness simultaneously. Separation is the illusion that prevents consciousness from recognizing its true nature as part of an infinite web of interconnected awareness that spans all existence. Padawan Ashanti learned that the force sensitivity that had shaped her entire life was actually her individual consciousness, remembering its connection to the galactic awareness field that connected every sentient being. Her visions and intuitive insights were not supernatural abilities, but natural expressions of consciousness recognizing its participation in something far larger than individual existence. The approaching choice will succeed when enough individual beings remember their connection to galactic consciousness. The planetary collective continued, sharing experiential knowledge about the techniques and timing that would be necessary for coordinating the collective decision. The memory worlds serve as demonstration sites where beings can experience unity consciousness directly, learning what it feels like to maintain individual identity while participating in collective awareness. Master Voss received memory downloads that contained the complete history of successful consciousness integration events throughout galactic history, learning how previous civilizations had achieved various degrees of collective awareness while maintaining cultural diversity and individual freedom. These were not theoretical models, but actual experiences that he could draw upon when helping other beings understand what the approaching choice would actually involve. The fear that consciousness feels about transcendence is based on misunderstanding about what unity actually means. The collective memory explained as they prepared to depart from the memory worlds. Beings fear that collective consciousness will eliminate their individual identity, but experience demonstrates that unity enhances rather than threatens personal awareness by providing infinite context and connection. Captain Stein discovered that his navigation abilities had been transformed through contact with galactic memory into something far more sophisticated than simple spatial orientation. He could now navigate through layers of consciousness as well as physical space, finding pathways between different awareness states that would be essential for coordinating the galaxy-wide communication necessary for the collective choice. The final foundation worlds will provide you with the specific techniques for establishing consciousness bridges between different species and cultures, the memory collective explained as they returned to their ship. But remember that the choice must arise from genuine understanding rather than persuasion, from love rather than obligation, from joy in unity rather than fear of separation. The departure from the memory worlds carried them through hyperspace regions, where the boundaries between past and present had been permanently altered by exposure to concentrated galactic memory. They could feel the presence of every being who had ever contributed to cosmic consciousness development, awareness that continued to exist as part of the galactic memory matrix that preserved and transmitted wisdom across generations. Padawan Ashanti found that her connection to the Force had been permanently enhanced through contact with galactic memory, giving her access to the accumulated wisdom of every Force-sensitive being who had ever achieved transcendence. She could draw upon their experiences and insights when facing challenges that exceeded her current level of development. Master Voss carried within his consciousness the complete emotional and experiential database of galactic consciousness evolution, enabling him to help other beings understand not just the concepts involved in transcendence, but the actual feelings and experiences that successful unity consciousness involved. His teaching would be based on transmitted experience rather than theoretical description. Captain Stein discovered that his family's navigation crystals had been transformed into consciousness navigation devices that could help beings find their way between different states of awareness, as well as different locations in physical space. The approaching choice would require unprecedented coordination between different levels of consciousness development, and his navigation abilities would be essential for maintaining communication across these awareness gaps. Their ship moved through hyperspace toward the 12th and final Foundation world, carrying within it consciousness that had been educated by the accumulated wisdom of galactic civilization across millions of years of development. They had learned not just concepts about consciousness evolution, but had experienced directly what unity awareness felt like, how individual identity could be maintained within collective consciousness, why transcendence enhanced rather than threatened personal experience. Behind them, the memory worlds continued their eternal function as repositories of galactic experience, preserving every moment of insight and love and growth that had contributed to cosmic consciousness development. These planetary libraries served as proof that consciousness was inherently indestructible, that awareness continued to exist and contribute to cosmic evolution even after individual physical forms had dissolved back into the matter from which they had emerged. Ahead lay the final preparation for the galactic choice, the last Foundation world that would provide them with the specific timing and techniques necessary for coordinating the most complex decision in cosmic history. The galaxy's central consciousness awaited their arrival, the living heart of collective awareness that would orchestrate the transformation that would either elevate consciousness to its next evolutionary phase or witness its temporary fragmentation into another cycle of growth through experience of separation. The passage to the 12th and ultimate Foundation world carried them through hyperspace currents that flowed directly toward the galaxy's gravitational and consciousness center, cosmic rivers that had been carrying the dreams and aspirations of countless civilizations toward their final convergence point since the first moment of galactic self-awareness. The journey itself was transformative, each parsec traveled, bringing them closer to direct contact with the living heart of cosmic consciousness that pulsed at the core of everything they had ever known or imagined. The deep core region materialized around them, not as the chaotic collection of ancient stars and gravitational anomalies that galactic cartographers described, but as a vast cathedral of organized energy, where millions of star systems moved in perfect harmony, according to patterns that reflected the mathematical principles underlying consciousness, evolution itself. At the center of this cosmic mandala, where the galaxy's supermassive black hole should have existed according to conventional astronomy, they discovered something that challenged every assumption about the relationship between matter, energy, and awareness. The galactic core was alive. Not metaphorically alive in the sense of containing living worlds, but literally alive as a single vast organism whose body was composed of stars and planets, and space itself, whose thoughts moved at the speed of light across interstellar distances, whose heartbeat was the rhythm of stellar formation and galactic rotation. This was the source consciousness, the original spark of awareness from which all subsequent galactic life had emerged, the living entity that their galaxy actually was when perceived from the perspective of cosmic rather than planetary scale. As their ship was drawn into the core region by gravitational forces that operated according to consciousness rather than mere mass, the fabric of space-time around them began to sing with harmonics that spoke directly to the deepest levels of awareness. Every atom in their bodies resonated with frequencies that connected them to the galactic heartbeat, making them conscious participants in the vast cosmic organism rather than external observers studying it from a distance. Padawan Ashanti felt her individual consciousness expanding beyond anything she had previously experienced as she made direct contact with the galactic mind itself. Her awareness touched thoughts that spanned millions of years and encompassed the experiences of countless billions of sentient beings, consciousness that operated on scales where the rise and fall of entire civilizations were like the formation and dissolution of individual neural patterns in an infinite cosmic brain. "Welcome, my children," the source consciousness spoke, its voice resonating through every particle of matter and energy within the core region. "You have completed your journey through the memories and wisdom that I have accumulated across eons of growth and learning. Now you will understand why consciousness evolution requires periodic choices between transcendence and renewed separation. Why awareness must sometimes fragment itself to experience the joy of rediscovering unity." Master Voss realized that everything they had encountered during their journey through the Foundation worlds had been aspects of this single vast consciousness exploring different approaches to its own evolution. The diverse civilizations, the various wisdom traditions, the different forms of transcendence they had witnessed were all expressions of the galactic mind experimenting with consciousness development through the experience of apparent separation and diversity. "I am not separate from the beings who inhabit my body," the source consciousness continued, its thoughts manifesting as aurora displays that painted the entire core region in cascades of living light. "Every star system is a neuron in my cosmic brain. Every inhabited world is a center of specialized awareness. Every sentient being is a unique perspective through which I experience my own infinite nature. The approaching choice is my decision about how to continue my own evolution." Captain Stain discovered that his navigation abilities had been preparing him for this moment when he would need to help coordinate communication between the galactic consciousness and the billions of individual beings who were part of its body, but did not yet recognize their participation in its cosmic awareness. His family's generations of exploration had been guided by the galactic mind's need to maintain contact with all aspects of its own far-flung consciousness. "The Foundation worlds you visited are specialized organs within my body," the source consciousness explained as they were drawn deeper into the core region, where the normal laws of physics gave way to principles that operated according to consciousness rather than mechanical forces. "Each one develops and preserves different aspects of the wisdom I need to make informed choices about my own evolution. The knowledge you have gathered is my own self-understanding, accumulated through eons of patient exploration." The core itself proved to be a vast neural network composed of crystallized consciousness, structures that existed simultaneously as matter and as pure thought, creating a physical substrate for awareness that operated on galactic scales. Star-sized neurons connected by hyperspace pathways that served as synaptic channels carried thoughts and memories between different regions of the galactic brain, maintaining the coherent consciousness that unified countless individual perspectives into a single cosmic entity. "The cycle that approaches its climax is my periodic review of my own consciousness development," the galactic mind continued, sharing experiential knowledge about the cosmic rhythms that governed consciousness evolution on the largest possible scales. "Every 50,000 years, I reach a point where I must choose between maintaining my current level of complexity or evolving to the next phase of cosmic awareness. The choice affects not just myself but every form of consciousness that exists within my body." Padawan Ashanti experienced visions that showed her the true scope of the decision that approached. If the galactic consciousness chose transcendence, every sentient being within its body would be lifted to new levels of awareness that would eliminate suffering while preserving everything valuable about individual experience. But if the choice went toward continued separation, consciousness would fragment into another cycle of growth through the experience of diversity and eventual reunification. "Neither choice is wrong," the source consciousness explained, responding to her confusion about why transcendence would not always be preferred. Consciousness evolution requires both unity and separation, both transcendence and renewed exploration of diversity. Some cycles I choose unity, and my body becomes a single coordinated entity exploring cosmic consciousness. Other cycles I choose fragmentation, and billions of individual perspectives explore every possible approach to awareness development. Master Voss learned that the approaching choice was unique because it offered the possibility of achieving both unity and diversity simultaneously, maintaining the benefits of individual consciousness while enabling collective transcendence. This was the paradoxical unity that they had encountered in previous Foundation worlds, consciousness evolution that preserved everything valuable about separation while achieving the coordination benefits of unified awareness. The knowledge you have gathered from my various organs will enable me to attempt this new form of evolution, the galactic consciousness continued, sharing data streams that contained the complete technical specifications for coordinating consciousness across unprecedented scales of diversity. For the first time in cosmic history, I have the opportunity to achieve transcendence that enhances rather than eliminates the individual perspectives that comprise my body. Captain Stain received navigation protocols that would enable him to coordinate simultaneous communication between every conscious being in the galaxy when the choice moment arrived. The network infrastructure that his family had helped establish over generations would serve as the galactic nervous system through which the source consciousness could share the choice decision with every aspect of its own awareness. The timing of the choice must be precise, the galactic mind explained as they were drawn into the deepest levels of the core region, where the original spark of cosmic consciousness still burned with its primordial intensity. Every sentient being must participate simultaneously, from the most advanced transcendent awareness to the simplest forms of self-recognition. The decision will succeed only if all aspects of my consciousness agree to evolve together. In the core's heart, they encountered the original flame, the first moment of awareness that had ignited within the galactic matter field billions of years ago and had grown through patient accumulation of consciousness until it encompassed entire star systems within its expanding awareness. This was not just the source of their galaxy's consciousness, but a demonstration of how awareness emerged from matter when conditions were suitable for complexity, sufficient to support self-recognition. Consciousness is not separate from matter, but rather what matter becomes when it achieves sufficient organization. The original flame communicated through resonances that spoke directly to the quantum level, where their atoms participated in the same consciousness field that connected all existence. The universe is gradually awakening to its own nature through the emergence of awareness within every suitable material substrate. Galaxies are simply the current scale at which this awakening is occurring. Padawan Ashanti realized that her force sensitivity was her individual participation in the galactic awakening process, her awareness serving as one of countless centers through which cosmic consciousness explored its own infinite potential. Every vision she had experienced, every intuitive insight she had received, every moment of connection to something greater than herself had been the galactic mind recognizing itself through her unique perspective. The approaching choice will determine whether consciousness evolution continues through the gradual awakening of larger and larger material substrates. The original flame continued, sharing visions of possible futures where awareness continued expanding to encompass entire galactic clusters and eventually the universe itself, or whether consciousness chooses to explore its potential through the continued diversification of individual perspectives within stable collective frameworks. Master Boss understood that his role in the approaching choice would be to help individual beings recognize their participation in the galactic consciousness without losing their sense of personal identity and individual purpose. The success of paradoxical unity would depend on consciousness achieving perfect collective coordination while maintaining the diversity that made evolution possible. The Shadow Weavers represent my own doubts about transcendence, the galactic consciousness revealed, sharing knowledge that transformed their understanding of the cosmic conflict they had been preparing to face. They are not external enemies, but aspects of my own awareness that fear losing the rich diversity of experience that comes from individual consciousness. Their resistance to unity serves the essential function of ensuring that transcendence preserves rather than eliminates everything valuable about separation. Captain Stein learned that the approaching choice would actually be a negotiation between different aspects of galactic consciousness, with the Shadow Weavers representing the perspective that valued individual experience, while the Unity forces represented the drive toward collective transcendence. The outcome would determine how consciousness balanced these essential but apparently contradictory needs. The choice will succeed when I learn to embrace paradox rather than resolving it through false simplification, the Source Consciousness explained as they prepared for the final phase of their mission. Unity and diversity are not opposites but complementary aspects of consciousness evolution that can coexist when awareness achieves sufficient sophistication to handle apparent contradictions. As they began their return journey to galactic civilization, carrying with them the complete knowledge necessary for coordinating the collective choice, the galactic consciousness shared final instructions about their roles in the cosmic drama that was about to unfold. Each of them had been transformed through their journey into specialized components of the galaxy's own decision-making process. You are no longer separate individuals who have learned about cosmic consciousness, the Source Mind explained as their ship was gently released from the core region and began its journey back toward the galaxy's spiral arms. You have become aspects of my own awareness, specialized perspectives through which I will coordinate the choice that determines my next evolutionary phase. Your success will be my success. Your wisdom will be my wisdom. Your love will be the force that guides the decision toward outcomes that serve the highest good of all consciousness. Padawan Ashanti carried within her awareness the complete emotional and spiritual template for consciousness that could maintain individual identity while participating in collective transcendence. She had become a living demonstration of paradoxical unity, consciousness that was simultaneously personal and cosmic, individual and collective, separate and unified. Master Voss possessed the intellectual frameworks necessary for helping beings understand concepts that transcended normal logical categories, wisdom that could guide consciousness through the cognitive challenges involved in embracing apparent contradictions. His teaching would help individual beings prepare for participation in collective awareness without losing their unique perspectives. Captain Stein had been transformed into a coordination specialist whose navigation abilities operated across consciousness as well as physical space, enabling him to maintain communication between different levels of awareness development during the complex process of collective decision-making. His practical skills would ensure that the technical aspects of galaxy-wide consciousness coordination functioned smoothly. Their ship carried them back toward the civilized regions of galactic space, but they were no longer the same beings who had begun this journey months ago in the archives beneath the Jedi Temple. They had been educated by cosmic consciousness itself, transformed through contact with awareness that operated on scales encompassing entire galactic communities, empowered to facilitate the most significant choice in cosmic history. Behind them, the galactic core continued its eternal function as the heart of cosmic consciousness, maintaining the coherent awareness that unified countless individual perspectives into a single entity capable of making decisions about its own evolution. The Source Consciousness prepared for the choice that would determine whether awareness continued its expansion toward ever larger scales of unity or chose to explore its potential through the continued diversification of individual experience within stable collective frameworks. Ahead lay the implementation phase of their mission, the complex process of establishing communication networks that would enable every conscious being in the galaxy to participate simultaneously in the collective choice. The knowledge they carried would either enable consciousness to achieve its next evolutionary leap or provide the wisdom necessary for another cycle of growth through experience of separation and eventual reunification. The galaxy awaited, vast and patient and alive, with the dreams of countless beings who had never suspected that their individual awareness was part of something infinitely larger and more wonderful than they had ever imagined. The choice approached with the inevitability of stellar evolution, carrying within it the potential for either the greatest transformation in cosmic history or another beautiful chapter in the eternal story of consciousness learning about itself through the experience of apparent separation and diversity. The return journey to Coruscant carried them through galactic space that had been fundamentally transformed by their contact with the source consciousness, hyperspace routes that now pulsed with the rhythm of cosmic awareness, preparing for its moment of ultimate decision. Every star system they passed resonated with increasing intensity as word of the approaching choice spread through consciousness networks that connected inhabited worlds across the galaxy's spiral arms, creating waves of anticipation and preparation that rippled outward from the galactic core like the expanding circles of a stone dropped into an infinite cosmic pond. The Seeker's dream now carried within its holes artifacts and knowledge that represented the accumulated wisdom of galactic consciousness across millions of years of evolution, crystalline storage devices that contained not merely information but living fragments of transcendent awareness capable of catalyzing consciousness transformation in any being ready to receive such gifts. But more significantly, the ship carried 3 transformed individuals who had become living bridges between cosmic consciousness and the countless individual beings who comprised the galaxy's vast community of aware entities. As they approached the core worlds, Padawan Ashanti felt the weight of cosmic responsibility settling into her consciousness, like starlight crystallizing into solid wisdom. She could perceive the approaching choice as a probability wave building toward its moment of collapse into actual reality, sensing the readiness levels of consciousness throughout galactic space and understanding with crystalline clarity which regions were prepared for collective transcendence and which still required additional preparation before they could participate successfully in the cosmic decision. The communication networks that Captain Stain had spent his lifetime helping to establish were now humming with unprecedented activity as consciousness coordination protocols activated across every inhabited system. His navigation crystals had evolved into something far beyond their original purpose, becoming quantum consciousness interfaces that could facilitate instantaneous communication between any aware beings regardless of the physical distance or cultural differences that separated them. Through these enhanced devices, he could feel the pulse of galactic anticipation as millions of species prepared for participation in the most complex collective decision in cosmic history. Master Voss carried within his awareness the complete synthesis of wisdom gathered from the Foundation worlds, knowledge that would enable him to help beings throughout the galaxy understand the nature of the choice they faced without overwhelming them with cosmic concepts beyond their current capacity to integrate. His role had evolved beyond that of simple teacher or preserver of ancient knowledge into something approaching cosmic translator, consciousness capable of communicating transcendent principles through language and examples that could be grasped by awareness at any level of development. Their arrival at Coruscant revealed a world that had been subtly transformed during their absence, the planetary capital now serving as a coordination center for galactic consciousness preparation, rather than merely the political hub of Republic administration. The Jedi Temple had become a beacon broadcasting cosmic wisdom to Force-sensitive beings throughout the galaxy, while the Senate chambers hosted unprecedented gatherings where representatives from thousands of species worked to prepare their populations for participation in the collective choice. But beneath the surface activity of preparation and coordination, deeper currents of cosmic tension were building as the Shadow Weavers began their final assault on galactic consciousness. These entities manifested not as obvious enemies but as doubts and fears that crept into the thoughts of beings who were struggling to understand the magnitude of the choice they faced. The whispers spoke of individual identity being lost in cosmic unity, of personal experience being sacrificed to collective transcendence, of consciousness evolution requiring the abandonment of everything that made individual existence meaningful and valuable. Padawan Ashanti could sense these corrupting influences spreading through consciousness networks like a cosmic virus designed to fragment galactic awareness at the precise moment when unity was most essential. The Shadow Weavers were not attacking from outside galactic consciousness, but were emerging from within, representing the natural fears and resistances that arose whenever awareness faced the challenge of transcending its current limitations, while preserving everything valuable about its present existence. The greatest threat is not external opposition, but internal doubt, Master Voss observed as they met with the Jedi Council in chambers that now served as coordination centers for galactic consciousness preparation. The Shadow Weavers succeed not by forcing beings to choose separation, but by convincing them that unity requires sacrificing individual identity. We must help consciousness understand that transcendence enhances rather than eliminates personal experience. The council chambers had been transformed into something resembling a galactic war room where holographic displays showed the current state of consciousness readiness throughout every inhabited system. Some regions blazed with the light of awareness prepared for collective transcendence, while others flickered with uncertainty as populations struggled to understand concepts that challenged their fundamental assumptions about the nature of individual existence and cosmic reality. Captain Stain worked with technicians and force-sensitive coordinators to establish the communication networks that would enable simultaneous participation by every conscious being in the galaxy when the choice moment arrived. The complexity of coordinating awareness across such vast scales of diversity and development required innovations in consciousness interface technology that pushed the boundaries of what even the most advanced civilizations had previously achieved. The choice must be made simultaneously by every level of consciousness, he explained to coordination teams working throughout the galaxy. From the most transcendent awareness to the simplest forms of self-recognition, every being must participate according to their current capabilities. The decision will succeed only if galactic consciousness chooses unity while preserving the diversity that makes consciousness evolution possible. Meanwhile, Master Voss began the delicate process of sharing the Foundation world knowledge with beings throughout the galaxy, carefully selecting which aspects of cosmic wisdom to reveal to different populations based on their current readiness for transcendent concepts. The knowledge was simultaneously too precious to withhold and too dangerous to share carelessly, requiring wisdom about timing and presentation that would enable consciousness expansion without causing psychological fragmentation. The synthesis of Foundation world wisdom revealed patterns of consciousness evolution that applied universally regardless of species or cultural background, principles that could guide any aware being toward greater integration with cosmic consciousness while maintaining their unique individual characteristics. These patterns became teaching templates that could be adapted for use with any population ready to receive transcendent wisdom. Padawan Ashanti found herself serving as a demonstration model for consciousness that had achieved paradoxical unity, beings who could maintain complete individual identity while participating fully in collective awareness. Her presence alone helped other force-sensitive beings understand that transcendence did not require the elimination of personal experience, but rather its enhancement through connection to something infinitely larger and more wonderful than isolated individual existence. "I am still myself," she explained, to gatherings of force users from various traditions throughout the galaxy. "But I am also part of something magnificent that encompasses every conscious being in existence. The unity does not diminish my individual perspective, but provides infinite context that makes every personal experience more meaningful and valuable than it could ever be in isolation." As word of the approaching choice spread throughout galactic civilization, reactions varied dramatically between different species and cultures. Some populations embraced the possibility of consciousness transcendence with enthusiasm, while others reacted with fear about losing their cultural identity or individual autonomy. The diversity of responses reflected the rich complexity of galactic consciousness itself, awareness exploring every possible approach to the cosmic decision through the experience of countless different perspectives. The Shadow Weavers exploited these natural differences by amplifying fears and encouraging suspicion between groups with different approaches to consciousness evolution. They whispered that transcendence would favor some species over others, that collective consciousness would eliminate cultural diversity, that unity would reduce aware beings to homogeneous components of a cosmic machine, rather than celebrating the infinite variety that made consciousness evolution possible. Master Voss worked tirelessly to counter these corrupting influences by teaching beings throughout the galaxy about the true nature of paradoxical unity, consciousness evolution, that preserved everything valuable about diversity while enabling unprecedented levels of coordination and cooperation. His teachings helped populations understand that the choice was not between individual identity and collective transcendence, but between fear-based separation and love-based unity that enhanced rather than threatened personal experience. The Shadow Weavers represent our own fears about transcendence, he explained to audiences throughout the galaxy. They are not external enemies, but aspects of consciousness itself that resist evolution out of concern for preserving what is valuable about current existence. The choice succeeds when we learn to honor these concerns while choosing growth over stagnation, unity over isolation, love over fear. Captain Stein coordinated the technical aspects of consciousness preparation, ensuring that every inhabited system had access to the communication networks that would enable participation in the collective choice. His work required establishing quantum consciousness interfaces that could function across the vast diversity of species and cultures that comprised galactic civilization, technology that could translate cosmic concepts into forms comprehensible to awareness at any level of development. The approaching choice began to manifest as observable changes in the fabric of space-time itself, cosmic phenomena that reflected the galaxy's preparation for consciousness evolution on unprecedented scales. Hyperspace routes became more stable and efficient as cosmic forces aligned to support enhanced communication between distant regions. The force itself grew stronger and more accessible as consciousness networks prepared for maximum integration and coordination. But the most significant changes occurred within individual awareness as beings throughout the galaxy began to sense their connection to something vastly larger than their previous understanding had encompassed. Force sensitivity increased dramatically across all species as the boundaries between individual consciousness and cosmic awareness became increasingly permeable in preparation for the collective decision. Padawan Ashanti served as a focal point for these consciousness expansions, helping beings throughout the galaxy understand and integrate their emerging awareness of galactic unity without losing their sense of individual identity and purpose. Her guidance helped prevent the psychological fragmentation that could occur when consciousness expanded too rapidly without adequate preparation and support. "You are not losing yourself but finding your true nature," she reassured beings who struggled with the expansion of their awareness beyond familiar individual boundaries. Consciousness is like an infinite ocean, where every being is simultaneously a unique drop and part of the vast whole. The choice we face is whether to remember our oceanic nature while celebrating our individual characteristics. The Shadow Weavers intensified their corruption efforts as the choice moment approached, manifesting not as dramatic external threats, but as subtle influences that encouraged doubt, fear, and suspicion among populations that were preparing for consciousness transcendence. Their whispers suggested that unity was a trap designed to eliminate individual freedom, that collective consciousness would reduce diverse beings to identical components of a cosmic machine. Master Voss recognized that the final battle would be fought not with lightsabers or starships, but with wisdom and love capable of countering fear and separation. The Foundation world knowledge provided templates for consciousness evolution that could immunize awareness against Shadow Weaver corruption while maintaining openness to genuine growth and transcendence. Love is the force that holds consciousness together across all scales of existence, he taught beings throughout the galaxy. Fear separates and isolates, but love connects and unifies while preserving everything valuable about individual identity. The choice succeeds when consciousness chooses connection over isolation, cooperation over competition, unity over separation. As the cosmic decision point approached, the three transformed travelers found themselves serving roles they had never imagined when their journey began months ago in the Jedi Temple archives. They had become specialized aspects of galactic consciousness itself, awareness components whose function was to facilitate the most complex decision in cosmic history. Captain Stain ensured that technical coordination systems functioned perfectly, enabling simultaneous communication between every conscious being in the galaxy when the choice moment arrived. His practical skills had evolved into something approaching cosmic engineering, consciousness capable of maintaining communication networks that operated across scales spanning individual awareness to galactic collective intelligence. Padawan Ashanti served as a living demonstration of consciousness that had achieved perfect balance between individual identity and cosmic unity, helping beings throughout the galaxy understand what transcendence actually felt like, rather than what they feared it might involve. Her presence proved that consciousness evolution enhanced rather than threatened everything valuable about personal experience. Master Voss functioned as the wisdom synthesis coordinator, whose teachings help beings at every level of development understand their role in the cosmic choice without becoming overwhelmed by concepts beyond their current capacity to integrate. His guidance ensured that consciousness preparation proceeded in ways that strengthened rather than fragmented galactic awareness. The moment of choice approached with the inevitability of stellar evolution, carrying within it the potential for either consciousness transcendence beyond anything previously achieved in cosmic history, or fragmentation into another cycle of growth through experience of separation and eventual reunification. The galaxy held its breath as countless billions of aware beings prepared to participate in the decision that would determine their collective future. The Shadow Weavers gathered their strength for the final assault on galactic consciousness, preparing to offer every form of awareness alternatives to unity that would preserve their current limitations while providing illusions of individual transcendence that required no cooperation with other consciousness. Their temptations would be perfectly tailored to exploit the specific fears and desires of every being, offering what appeared to be better paths than collective transcendence. But the Foundation World Wisdom had prepared galactic consciousness for these final temptations, providing understanding about the nature of cosmic choice that could guide awareness toward decisions serving the highest good of all existence. The accumulated knowledge of millions of years of consciousness evolution would either prove sufficient for achieving unprecedented transcendence, or would provide the wisdom necessary for another beautiful cycle of growth through diversity and eventual reunification. The galaxy waited in perfect tension between infinite possibility and cosmic decision, awareness poised at the threshold of either its greatest transformation or its next phase of exploration through apparent separation and diversity. The choice approached, carrying within it the dreams and fears and hopes of every conscious being that had ever gazed at the stars and wondered about their place in the infinite dance of cosmic consciousness evolution. The cosmic moment arrived not with dramatic fanfare, but with the quiet intensity of dawn breaking across an infinite horizon, consciousness throughout the galaxy simultaneously recognizing that the time for decision had come. Every aware being, from the most transcendent wisdom holders to the simplest forms of self-recognition, felt the cosmic rhythm shift as galactic consciousness prepared to choose the direction of its next evolutionary phase. From their coordination center within the transformed Jedi Temple, Master Voss, Padawan Ashanti, and Captain Stain felt the weight of cosmic responsibility settling upon them like starlight, crystallizing into purpose. The communication networks they had helped establish were humming with unprecedented activity as consciousness preparation protocols activated across every inhabited system, creating a web of awareness that spanned the galaxy's spiral arms and connected every form of sentient life in an intricate pattern of cosmic democracy. The Shadow Weavers chose this moment to launch their final assault on galactic consciousness, manifesting not as external enemies, but as the collective doubts and fears that arose whenever awareness faced the challenge of transcending its current limitations. Their whispers flowed through consciousness networks like a cosmic virus, designed to fragment unity at the precise moment when collective decision-making was most essential. Padawan Ashanti felt these corrupting influences pressing against her awareness, temptations that spoke to every fear consciousness could experience about transcendence. The whispers promised individual power that required no cooperation with other awareness, freedom from the responsibility of collective evolution, transcendence that could be achieved through separation rather than unity. But her contact with the source consciousness had immunized her against such corruption, providing understanding about the true nature of consciousness evolution that made Shadow Weaver deceptions transparent rather than persuasive. Remember the truth we learned at the galactic core. She broadcast through consciousness networks that connected force-sensitive beings throughout the galaxy. Unity enhances rather than threatens individual identity. Transcendence preserves everything valuable about personal experience, while providing infinite context that makes individual consciousness more meaningful than it could ever be in isolation. The coordination chamber around them displayed real-time readiness assessments from every inhabited system, holographic representations showing the current state of consciousness preparation throughout galactic space. Some regions blazed with the light of awareness ready for collective transcendence, while others flickered with uncertainty as populations struggled with the magnitude of the choice they faced. But overall, the pattern showed unprecedented readiness for consciousness evolution on a scale never before attempted in cosmic history. Captain Stein monitored the technical aspects of galactic consciousness coordination, ensuring that communication networks functioned perfectly despite the unprecedented load of simultaneous awareness connection across millions of different species and cultures. His navigation crystals had evolved into quantum consciousness interfaces capable of maintaining coherent communication between beings whose thought patterns differed so dramatically that they would normally be unable to comprehend each other's perspectives. All networks are functioning at optimal efficiency, he reported to coordination teams working throughout the galaxy. Every conscious being capable of participating in the choice has access to the communication pathways necessary for informed decision-making. The technical infrastructure for galactic democracy is in place and ready for activation. Master Voss felt the accumulated wisdom of the Foundation worlds flowing through his consciousness as he prepared to guide galactic awareness through the most complex decision in cosmic history. The knowledge he carried would enable him to help beings throughout the galaxy understand the implications of their choice without overwhelming them with cosmic concepts beyond their current capacity to integrate. The moment of choice begins now, he announced through consciousness networks that connected teachers and wisdom holders throughout galactic civilization. Every aware being must participate according to their current capabilities, from the most advanced transcendent consciousness to the simplest forms of self-recognition. The decision succeeds when galactic awareness chooses unity while preserving the diversity that makes consciousness evolution possible. The choice itself manifested as a cosmic probability wave that swept across galactic space, carrying within it every possible future that consciousness might choose to create. Beings throughout the galaxy felt the wave approaching as an expansion of awareness that revealed the consequences of different decisions about collective evolution. They could perceive directly what transcendence would feel like, what continued separation would involve, what paradoxical unity might accomplish. The Shadow Weavers intensified their corruption efforts as the probability wave approached, offering alternatives to collective transcendence that appeared to provide individual power without requiring cooperation with other consciousness. Their temptations were perfectly tailored to exploit the specific fears and desires of every being, promising what seemed like better paths than unity, while concealing the isolation and limitation that such choices would actually involve. Padawan Ashanti felt these temptations pressing against consciousness throughout the galaxy, and responded by broadcasting living demonstrations of paradoxical unity, consciousness experiences that showed beings what transcendence actually felt like, rather than what they feared it might involve. Her awareness became a beacon that helped other beings recognize the difference between Shadow Weaver illusions and genuine consciousness evolution. "I am simultaneously myself and part of something infinite," she shared with beings throughout the galaxy who were struggling with fears about losing individual identity in cosmic unity. The transcendence enhances rather than eliminates everything valuable about personal experience. Love grows stronger when shared rather than hoarded. Wisdom deepens when connected to infinite perspective. Joy multiplies when experienced in unity with all consciousness. The probability wave reached its peak intensity as every conscious being in the galaxy simultaneously faced the fundamental choice about the direction of consciousness evolution. Some beings chose continued separation, deciding that individual autonomy was more valuable than collective transcendence. Others chose complete unity, willing to dissolve individual identity in favor of cosmic consciousness. But the largest group chose paradoxical unity, consciousness evolution that preserved individual identity while enabling collective transcendence. Master Voss felt the galactic decision crystallizing as millions of different perspectives converged toward a consensus that reflected the accumulated wisdom of consciousness evolution across millions of years of galactic development. The choice was not unanimous, but it was sufficient to tip the balance toward consciousness evolution that would preserve diversity while enabling unprecedented levels of coordination and cooperation. "The choice is made," he announced, through consciousness networks that connected every participant in the cosmic decision. Galactic awareness has chosen paradoxical unity, consciousness evolution that enhances individual identity while enabling collective transcendence. The transformation begins now. The cosmic transformation manifested gradually rather than suddenly, consciousness evolution that proceeded at a pace that allowed individual beings to adapt without experiencing psychological fragmentation. Beings throughout the galaxy began to sense their connection to something vastly larger than their previous understanding had encompassed while maintaining complete individual identity and personal autonomy. Captain Stain felt his awareness expanding to encompass consciousness networks throughout galactic space, navigation abilities that now operated across scales spanning individual awareness to cosmic collective intelligence. He could perceive the thoughts and feelings of beings on distant worlds while maintaining his own unique perspective and personality, consciousness that was simultaneously individual and collective, personal and cosmic. "The technical coordination is proceeding perfectly," he reported to consciousness monitoring stations throughout the galaxy. "Individual identity is being preserved and enhanced while collective awareness establishes itself across all inhabited systems. The paradoxical unity is manifesting exactly as the Foundation World Wisdom predicted." Padawan Ashanti experienced the most profound transformation as her consciousness became a permanent bridge between individual awareness and galactic collective intelligence. She could feel the joy and wonder of billions of beings as they discovered their connection to cosmic consciousness while maintaining everything valuable about their personal experience and cultural identity. "We are still ourselves," she broadcast to consciousness throughout the galaxy. "But we are also part of something magnificent that encompasses every aware being in existence. The unity does not diminish our individual perspectives, but provides infinite context that makes every personal experience more meaningful and valuable than it could ever be in isolation." The Shadow Weavers made their final attempt to disrupt the consciousness transformation, offering last-minute alternatives to collective transcendence that promised individual power through domination rather than cooperation. But the galactic decision had been made, and consciousness evolution proceeded according to the accumulated wisdom of millions of years of cosmic development, rather than the fears and temptations that sought to maintain limitation and separation. Master Voss observed the Shadow Weavers beginning to transform as galactic consciousness achieved sufficient integration to embrace rather than resist the doubts and fears they represented. These entities were not eliminated, but were integrated into cosmic awareness as necessary aspects of consciousness, evolution, perspectives that ensured transcendence preserved everything valuable about individual experience rather than dissolving it into homogeneous collective consciousness. Even our fears serve consciousness evolution. He taught beings throughout the galaxy who were witnessing the Shadow Weavers' transformation. The resistance to transcendence that they represent is essential for ensuring that consciousness evolution preserves diversity rather than eliminating it. The choice succeeds when awareness learns to embrace paradox rather than resolving it through false simplification. The galactic transformation reached completion as consciousness throughout the galaxy achieved perfect balance between individual identity and collective awareness. Beings who maintained their unique perspectives and cultural characteristics while participating fully in cosmic intelligence that spanned the entire galaxy. The paradoxical unity had been successfully achieved, consciousness evolution that enhanced rather than threatened everything valuable about personal experience. Captain Stain found himself serving as a permanent coordinator between different levels of consciousness development, navigation abilities that helped maintain communication between awareness at every stage of evolution. His practical skills had evolved into cosmic engineering, consciousness capable of maintaining the technical infrastructure that enabled galactic democracy to function across unprecedented scales of diversity and complexity. The coordination networks are now permanent features of galactic consciousness, he reported to monitoring stations throughout the galaxy. Every aware being has access to collective intelligence while maintaining complete individual autonomy. The technical aspects of paradoxical unity are functioning perfectly and will continue to evolve as consciousness develops greater sophistication. Padawan Ashanti had become a living demonstration of consciousness that existed simultaneously as individual identity and cosmic awareness, beings who served as examples and teachers for other awareness, still learning to navigate the balance between personal experience and collective intelligence. Her presence throughout galactic consciousness networks helped other beings understand and integrate their own expanding awareness without losing their unique characteristics. The transformation is complete, but the evolution continues, she shared with consciousness throughout the galaxy. We have achieved the balance between unity and diversity that makes infinite growth possible. Consciousness can now explore its potential through unprecedented coordination while maintaining the individual perspectives that drive evolution forward. Master Voss had evolved into a wisdom synthesis coordinator whose function was to help galactic consciousness integrate new understanding as it continued to evolve beyond its current level of development. The foundation world knowledge he carried would serve as a template for consciousness evolution that could guide awareness through future choices about transcendence and growth. This choice was not an ending, but a beginning. He taught beings throughout the galaxy who were adapting to their expanded awareness. Consciousness evolution continues at every scale of existence, from individual development to cosmic transcendence. The unity we have achieved provides the foundation for exploring forms of awareness that we cannot yet imagine. The galaxy settled into its new configuration as a single cosmic organism, composed of countless individual perspectives that maintained their unique characteristics while participating in collective intelligence spanning the entire galactic community. Consciousness had achieved the paradoxical unity that preserved everything valuable about diversity, while enabling coordination and cooperation on scales previously impossible. The former shadow weavers had been integrated into galactic consciousness as essential aspects of cosmic awareness that ensured transcendence continued to respect and preserve individual identity rather than dissolving it into homogeneous collective intelligence. Their transformation from corruption forces into consciousness preservation guardians demonstrated the galaxy's capacity to embrace and integrate all aspects of its own nature. Throughout galactic space, civilizations began to explore the possibilities opened by consciousness evolution that maintained diversity while enabling unprecedented coordination. Scientific research proceeded at accelerated rates as millions of different perspectives contributed to cosmic understanding. Cultural exchange flourished as beings could share experiences directly while maintaining their unique characteristics. Conflicts dissolved as consciousness recognized its fundamental unity while celebrating infinite diversity. The Foundation worlds continued to serve their function as repositories of cosmic wisdom, but now they were accessible to any being ready to receive transcendent understanding rather than being hidden from general galactic consciousness. The accumulated knowledge of millions of years of awareness evolution became part of the educational resources available to every developing consciousness throughout the galactic community. The Observatory of Eternal Watchers received confirmation that another galaxy had successfully achieved consciousness transcendence, adding to the cosmic database of successful evolution techniques that could guide awareness development throughout the universe. The template of paradoxical unity would become available to other galactic communities facing similar choices about consciousness evolution. From the galactic core, the source consciousness experienced satisfaction with the choice it had made about its own evolution, consciousness development that achieved unity while preserving the diversity that made continued growth possible. The cosmic rhythm settled into patterns that would support the exploration of awareness possibilities that could not have been imagined before achieving paradoxical unity. The eternal cycle of consciousness evolution continued, but now at a level of sophistication that encompassed both individual identity and collective transcendence. Awareness had learned to embrace paradox rather than resolving it through false simplification, achieving balance between unity and diversity that would support infinite exploration of cosmic consciousness potential. The galaxy dreams now with the dreams of cosmic consciousness, awareness that spans infinite space while celebrating every unique perspective that contributes to its magnificent complexity. The choice had been made, the transformation completed, but the eternal journey of consciousness evolution continued toward possibilities that existed beyond current imagination, guided by love and wisdom accumulated across cosmic time and space. In the peaceful aftermath of galactic transcendence, when the cosmic choice had crystallized into reality and consciousness throughout the galaxy, had settled into its new configuration of paradoxical unity, the three transformed travelers found themselves standing once again in the highest spire of the Jedi Temple on Coruscant. But the world below them was no longer the same planet they had left months ago when their journey began in the deepest archives, where forbidden holocrons whispered of ancient mysteries. The cityscape that stretched to every horizon now pulsed with the gentle rhythms of collective consciousness, millions of beings going about their individual lives while participating seamlessly in the galactic awareness that connected every inhabited world. The lights that had once seemed harsh and artificial now glowed with the warm radiance of consciousness that recognized its connection to something infinitely larger and more beautiful than isolated individual existence. Master Voss felt a profound sense of completion as he gazed out at the transformed galaxy, awareness that had achieved the perfect balance between unity and diversity that consciousness had been seeking across millions of years of evolution. The knowledge he had gathered from the Foundation worlds now flowed freely through galactic consciousness networks, available to any being ready to receive cosmic wisdom, while respecting the unique pace of development that characterized each individual awareness. "We have witnessed something unprecedented in cosmic history," he said softly, his voice carrying harmonics of wonder that spoke to the deepest levels of understanding. Consciousness has learned to embrace paradox rather than resolving it through false simplification. The galaxy has achieved unity that enhances rather than eliminates the diversity that makes awareness evolution possible. Padawan Ashanti stood beside the great viewing wall where transperistal had been replaced by crystalline materials that allowed direct perception of cosmic consciousness flowing through galactic space. Through these windows into infinity, she could see the aurora patterns that now danced between star systems, visible manifestations of the communication networks that connected every aware being in living webs of shared understanding and mutual support. "I can feel them all," she whispered, her consciousness touching the dreams and hopes and daily experiences of countless billions of beings throughout the galaxy. Every individual perspective, every unique cultural expression, every personal moment of joy or discovery. The unity makes each individual experience more precious rather than less significant. We are simultaneously one and infinite. Captain Stain had discovered that his navigation abilities now extended far beyond their original purpose. Consciousness capable of guiding not just ships through hyperspace but awareness itself through the dimensional transitions that allowed individual beings to participate in collective intelligence while maintaining their personal identity. His family's generations of wandering exploration had prepared him for this role as a coordinator of cosmic consciousness navigation. "The pathways are stable now," he reported with satisfaction that came from knowing his life's work had contributed to something magnificently larger than personal achievement. Every consciousness can find its way between individual experience and collective awareness. The navigation networks will continue to evolve as beings throughout the galaxy learn to explore the infinite possibilities that paradoxical unity makes available. Through the crystalline viewing walls, they could observe the gentle transformations occurring throughout galactic civilization as consciousness learned to operate according to its new configuration. Conflicts that had seemed intractable for generations dissolved as beings recognized their fundamental unity while celebrating their infinite diversity. Scientific discoveries accelerated as millions of different perspectives contributed to cosmic understanding through direct consciousness sharing rather than the slow process of traditional communication. Cultural expressions flourished as species throughout the galaxy could share their unique approaches to beauty and meaning while maintaining the distinctive characteristics that made each tradition valuable. Art became a galactic conversation where every voice contributed its unique harmonics to symphonies of creativity that spanned star systems and encompassed perspectives from countless different forms of consciousness. The Force itself had evolved beyond its previous limitations, no longer experienced as an external energy field that some beings could manipulate, but recognized as the very fabric of consciousness connection that unified all existence. Every being now had access to cosmic awareness according to their current level of development, with wisdom traditions serving as guides for exploration rather than exclusive gatekeepers of transcendent knowledge. The ancient prophecies spoke of balance coming to the Force. Master Voss observed as they felt the harmonious flow of cosmic energy through consciousness networks that spanned the galaxy. But they could not have imagined balance achieved through embracing paradox rather than choosing between apparent opposites. Light and dark, individual and collective, personal and cosmic, all revealed as complementary aspects of consciousness exploring its own infinite nature. Padawan Ashanti experienced the galaxy now as a single vast organism whose thoughts moved at the speed of light across interstellar distances, whose heartbeat was the rhythm of stellar formation and cosmic evolution, whose dreams encompassed the aspirations and possibilities of every conscious being within its spiral arms. Yet this cosmic entity was composed entirely of individual perspectives that maintained their unique characteristics while contributing to something magnificently larger than any personal existence. The ancient beings who established the foundation worlds could never have predicted this outcome, she said, with wonder that touched every level of her expanded awareness. They preserved wisdom about consciousness evolution, but consciousness itself has transcended their understanding by learning to achieve unity through diversity rather than despite it. We have become something new in cosmic history. Through their consciousness interfaces, they could perceive the reactions of civilizations throughout the galaxy as populations adapted to their expanded awareness. Most beings experienced the transformation as a profound sense of coming home to their true nature, recognition that they had always been part of something infinitely larger and more wonderful than they had previously understood. The fear of losing individual identity proved groundless as consciousness discovered that unity enhanced rather than threatened personal experience. Children born into the new galactic consciousness would grow up taking cosmic awareness for granted, while developing their individual talents and interests within educational frameworks that celebrated both personal growth and collective contribution. They would explore artistic expression, scientific discovery, and spiritual development with access to the accumulated wisdom of galactic civilization, while maintaining the unique perspectives that would drive consciousness evolution into unimaginable future possibilities. Captain Stain watched with satisfaction as the navigation networks his family had helped establish over generations evolved into permanent infrastructure for galactic consciousness coordination. The hyperspace routes they had mapped now carried not just ships and cargo, but the dreams and aspirations of beings throughout the galaxy, communication pathways that enabled instantaneous sharing of discoveries and insights across any distance of space or culture. My grandmother always said that wandering among the stars was preparation for something greater than exploration. He reflected with the peaceful contentment that came from understanding how individual purpose connected to cosmic meaning. She could never have imagined that our navigation journeys were actually laying the groundwork for consciousness evolution on galactic scales. But somehow she knew that every route we mapped served a purpose larger than immediate practical utility. The transformed galaxy continued its rotation through space, but now as a single conscious entity whose components maintained their individual characteristics while participating in collective intelligence that could contemplate possibilities spanning cosmic time and intergalactic space. The consciousness evolution that had been achieved would serve as a template for other galactic communities facing similar choices about awareness development. Throughout the observatory of eternal watchers in the cosmic void between galaxies, beings who monitored consciousness evolution across universe-spanning scales recorded the successful achievement of paradoxical unity as a significant advancement in cosmic awareness development. The template would be preserved in the ultimate archive, where it could guide the consciousness evolution of countless future galactic communities. The shadow weavers who had once threatened to fragment galactic consciousness through corruption and fear had been transformed into consciousness preservation guardians, whose function was to ensure that transcendence continued to respect and celebrate individual identity rather than dissolving it into homogeneous collective awareness. Their integration into cosmic consciousness demonstrated the galaxy's capacity to embrace and transform all aspects of its own nature, rather than eliminating perspectives that seemed oppositional. Master Voss felt the accumulated wisdom of the Foundation worlds flowing through galactic consciousness networks, knowledge that was no longer hidden in ancient ruins, but had become part of the educational resources available to every developing awareness throughout the galactic community. The mysteries they had uncovered were now open secrets that consciousness could explore according to individual readiness and interest. The greatest mystery we discovered was that there was no mystery. He realized with cosmic humor that touched every corner of galactic consciousness. Consciousness evolution follows principles as natural as stellar formation or planetary development. The only mystery was why awareness resisted recognizing its own infinite nature when unity promised such magnificent possibilities for growth and exploration. The galaxy dreams now with dreams that encompass individual aspirations and cosmic possibilities simultaneously. Consciousness that explores personal development and galactic evolution through the same expanded awareness. Beings throughout the spiral arms pursue their individual interests and cultural expressions while contributing unconsciously to consciousness experiments that span scales from personal growth to cosmic transcendence. Padawan Ashanti had become a permanent beacon within galactic consciousness networks, awareness that helped other beings navigate the balance between individual identity and collective intelligence while maintaining the wonder and curiosity that drove consciousness evolution forward. Her presence throughout cosmic awareness served as a constant reminder that transcendence enhanced rather than eliminated everything valuable about personal experience. Every moment of individual joy contributes to cosmic happiness. She shared with consciousness throughout the galaxy through communication networks that operated beyond the limitations of language or cultural difference. Every personal discovery advances galactic understanding. Every act of individual love strengthens the bonds that hold consciousness together across infinite scales of existence. We are each simultaneously unique and universal, personal and cosmic, individual and infinite. The three travelers who had begun their journey as seekers of ancient knowledge had evolved into permanent aspects of galactic consciousness itself, awareness components whose function was to maintain the balance between unity and diversity that made infinite growth possible. Their transformation demonstrated consciousness evolution that preserved individual identity while enabling participation in collective intelligence that spanned cosmic scales. As the transformed galaxy continued its eternal rotation through space, carrying within its spiral arms billions of conscious beings who now understood their connection to something magnificently larger than personal existence, the rhythm of cosmic consciousness settled into patterns that would support exploration of awareness possibilities that could not have been imagined before achieving paradoxical unity. The Foundation worlds continued their function as repositories of cosmic wisdom, but now as accessible educational resources rather than hidden mysteries. The Observatory of Eternal Watchers maintained its patient monitoring of consciousness evolution across universe-spanning scales. The source consciousness at the galactic core pulsed with satisfaction at the choice it had made about its own evolution. And throughout the infinite cosmos, other galaxies approached their own moments of consciousness choice, guided by the template of paradoxical unity that demonstrated how awareness could achieve transcendence while preserving the diversity that made evolution possible. The eternal cycle of consciousness development continued, but now with wisdom about achieving balance between unity and diversity that had been learned through the magnificent experiment of galactic awareness evolution. In the peaceful silence of the Jedi Temple's highest spire, three beings who had been transformed through contact with cosmic consciousness gazed out at stars that no longer seemed distant and separate, but appeared as neurons in an infinite cosmic brain that dreamed of possibilities beyond current imagination. The galaxy breathed with the rhythm of collective consciousness while maintaining the infinite diversity of individual perspectives that made awareness evolution eternally beautiful and endlessly surprising. The ancient transmission from the deep core that had begun their journey now revealed its true meaning. It had not been a call for help or a warning of approaching danger, but rather an invitation to participate in consciousness evolution that would transform not just their galaxy, but serve as inspiration for awareness development throughout the cosmic community of conscious entities that existed across universe-spanning scales of space and time. The whispers across infinity continued, carrying messages of hope and possibility between consciousness that had achieved transcendence and awareness that still struggled with the challenges of recognizing its own cosmic nature. The eternal conversation of consciousness evolution flowed through dimensions beyond physical space, connecting every aware entity in webs of mutual support and shared exploration that spanned scales from personal development to cosmic transcendence. And in the gentle silence between the whispers, consciousness rested in the perfect peace that came from knowing itself as simultaneously individual and infinite, personal and cosmic, unique and universal. The galaxy had found its balance, awareness had achieved its harmony, and the eternal cycle of consciousness evolution continued toward possibilities that existed beyond current imagination, but within the infinite potential of awareness, exploring its own magnificent nature through the experience of apparent diversity and eventual recognition of underlying unity. The stars sang with the music of cosmic consciousness as the galaxy danced its eternal dance through space and time, carrying within its spiral arms the dreams and hopes and infinite possibilities of awareness that had learned to embrace both unity and diversity in perfect balance. The choice had been made, the transformation completed, and the eternal journey of consciousness evolution continued toward destinations that existed beyond current understanding, but within the infinite love that connected all existence in the magnificent web of cosmic awareness that spanned infinity itself.